Saturday morning. I know there's all sorts of other things, but we appreciate the opportunity to meet with the council a little bit. We'll go over some goals and priorities of the different departments. We'll talk about various things, and then toward the end we'll have the council kind of talk about what some of their priorities and goals are. And hopefully that'll give us direction as we move forward with the new budget. And anyway, hopefully it'll be a productive morning. Thanks to Bob for arranging this facility. They are going to serve us some breakfast. I'm not...
they're just going to come take your order.
They're going to come take your order. Steak and eggs, whatever they have on the menu. But we appreciate that. And then at noon we'll have a dinner brought in, or a lunch brought in. We'll have lunch, and then we'll call it quits today. So let's start with I think it's a public meeting. We're going to start with an opening prayer. I'm going to ask the guy closest to me, Brett, can you give us a prayer, maybe a blessing on the food?
Our dear and gracious Heavenly Father, we're indeed honored to gather together as staff and council of Payson City and ask for thy blessing to be with us, that we'll be able to discern things of importance, that we may be able to grow and better our community for future generations. We're indeed grateful for this opportunity to spend time getting to know each other a little bit better, that we can work with each other more easily. We pray for a blessing upon this food in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I do have some notepads if anybody wants us, some pens. If anybody wants some.
You want us to take notes?
Well, and I was going to, on some of the department presentations, I was going to just add notes to the PowerPoint, so we can do that too, if you want some.
What about pen? Thanks.
You want one, Teresa?
Melanie, we can go ahead and get started.
Are you ready for me?
You bet.
Go on, Trey.
Welcome to Legacy House.
I'll have enough for everybody.
My name is Melanie Smith. I'm the food service or dining services director here. I've been here a little over almost 9 years, and I'm super excited that Bob had this here and also trusted us to be able to cook for you guys today. So the way I'm going to do this, I felt like the easiest way is I have a card right here, what we have for breakfast, and I'm going to pass them around. I'm going to have you guys fill them out, and then we'll pick them up, and we'll go ahead and make whatever you put on my card. Just make sure I have a name or something. This is Bryn. Bryn's one of my one of my amazing morning servers, and so she's going to actually help me. We're going to start passing these out. I have some pens if you guys need them. And we have Coke. We have Diet Coke, Pepsi, and then we have Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, root beers, ginger ale, and then I have pretty much all of the juices that you might need or want. All of these? Okay.
Melanie was hired before the building opened.
I was.
And she was able to help us put the kitchen together as I built it and order the equipment that she wanted. And she's one of the original, I think there's only like two original out of the original 38 staff. There's 2 left.
Yeah, so anything that's on there, you can, if you want 1 sausage link, 2 sausage links, whatever, just let me know, and then I'll turn it into my cook, and she'll get it all ready.
What do you have it on, Melanie?
Usually we just put cheese in them,
Okay.
but usually just cheese.
Okay.
So they might have some vegetables cut up in there. But most of the time our residents just like the cheeses, so we don't make a big one.
Do they have donuts on there?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
What? Did you get your
Jump the fan.
I have bagels though.
He's a police officer, that's why I made the donuts on him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bill.
He's not opposed to a donut.
I don't know. I probably could run over to Cowboy Donuts still.
Might be too late over there.
If you guys are done, just raise them up and we can gather them. And
Thank you.
the quicker we do them, then we can start. I hope I'm quicker than IHOP and Payson. Because
I'm sure you will.
I
I
did
went over to IHOP in Springville for my electric board meeting the other morning at 6:30. Finally attended us
That's
up.
okay.
Nobody's there, the lights were still out. They said, I guess they're not gonna open today.
Do you want a
They
bread?
stood us up.
What's that?
IHOP in Springville never opened the other day.
Oh, really?
They didn't have any staff show
I'll
up.
do some wheat.
Well, y'all are always welcome here for breakfast.
Put your, you put your name on it.
I'm being
Our
serious
table is.
because we haven't
Do you need
opened.
a drink?
I don't have drinks on there, but I have like orange juice and apple juice, and I have cranberry juice, and I have Coke, Diet Coke, Pepsi, Diet Coke. You know, I shouldn't either, but if I don't, then you don't want me around.
Melanie lives in Santa Clara.
Yes, I do. Is there any more? Did I get y'all?
I didn't put a drink, but you'll bring the Diet Coke.
I can bring Diet Cokes in. I can bring them in the pitchers or whatever. Yeah.
Diet Coke's all around.
I'll have my nurse come in a minute and hook up the Diet Coke IVs for anyone who wants them. She'll be starting mine in a minute too. All right, thanks you guys.
Okay, so we've got some department goals and priorities, and I just going to turn some time over. There's some department heads that couldn't be here and that sent some things in. So we can, well, I didn't know the order of what we wanted to do, but I'm just going to go through, like here's what fire and EMS, boy, that is.
I was gonna say, we can't see that here.
That is small, isn't it?
We don't care about it.
He doesn't even.
I can't.
Dave,
Obvious because I'm here for
Yeah. start slideshow.
Yeah.
It's a little upside down wine glass at the top.
That guy's awesome, by the way. If we could start thinking of parties.
It still might be kind of small.
Just read it and email it to us.
Yeah, probably. I could put it on a screen.
Do you want it to?
Let me just.
There you go.
So a couple of things that Scott sent over. He's down at a fire school. He's been pushing for a fire marshal for quite some time, and he gave. I don't know if it's on. Oh yeah, it is. So up at the top is his request. They're looking at a full-time fire marshal. They're trying to get a 24/7 paramedic. He's wanting a new fire engine. The newest one we have is 8 years old. Part-time firefighters, and start working toward an impact or a study for another station. And then he just gave some stats. Mapleton has four full-time. They have a full-time fire chief and 3 full-time captains of fire, EMS, and training. Sanderson has a full-time chief and a 30-hour-a-week fire marshal. Spanish Fork has a full-time fire chief, fire marshal, EMS captain, emergency manager, a couple of stations. Right now we have a full-time fire chief, and we cover 3 day shifts for our EMT. Anyway, those are a couple of his requests that he sent in. There's quite a few employee requests. We'll see that as we go through. What's that? Oh, anybody have any?
So he didn't have a request to replace the old fire station, he just wanted another fire station.
I think he wants to build a new fire station there, but he wants to do a study for that one that's going to go out toward Santa Quinn. But he has brought up in the past redoing the fire station on the current location that we have. It's pretty outdated. But to do that, you'd have to tear that one down, put a new one if we go in that same location.
So we'd have to have a new one before we remodel that old one, right?
Yeah, or have a temporary spot to put things while it's being built.
Let's buy the Ace, tear it down, put it right there.
Where at?
Where the Ace is.
Oh, the Ace. Or get Ace to go into Smith's and
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I would do. I'd move Smith, Ace to Smith's, building.
We've talked about that, the mayor with Mr. Gordon, and he would like that.
He would like
Smith's building if we can just get Smith's to build out in the pit.
Yes.
Put a new
Who
marketplace.
owns the Smith building? Smith's does?
Yeah.
Pretty much as I've talked to, and you know, I can't hold him to anything, but this is how positive he's been. He says it will happen. It's just going to be a timing thing. And so my response to him was, well, buy the ground, then pay it when you can do it, you know. So anyhow, that's been my comment. And they're doing a study to do either in the pit or up on the ballpark. They're considering both places. But Jared, when I talked to Jared about that building, got on the QT, he said, you know, I would need a couple 3 years because they just opened one of their new stores in Jewett down in Nephi. And he said, but a couple years down the road, that was about a year ago, he says, I think we could handle it fine. And it would be a little bit too big for him, but he anticipates maybe he could rent some of the space out until he could grow
It
into
wouldn't be hard to split it.
Yeah.
What about, a little humor, what about Dale Herbert's salary?
He's on the payroll.
Oh, he
He
is?
comes in every week to ask for a new building.
I'm sorry.
No, we've asked Scott about that ever since he's been in. He's on some payroll. Okay, if we go to administration and Kathy and facilities, these are some things they put in, and Kathy's here, but we're looking at implementing. We're going to need to bring Jason in on this because we're looking at a good landlord program. One of the concerns is, and Kathy, do you want to take a minute and say what the concerns are with the front office?
Well, the biggest concern that they mentioned was the multifamily housing. So right now, each unit is in a different name because it's in the renter's or the tenant's name. So it's very transitory. So they have to get the application, they have to collect utilities, they have to set them up, and it's just moving all the time. The other thing is they're having trouble collecting if tenants move on and leave bills. Some of the cities have a good landlord program where the entity, the building, is in the landlord's name. Therefore, we have a way to go back and collect those fees. Also, when the units are empty, there's still money coming in. It's not, we're only billing for when the units are occupied. So that was a big thing for them. Do you want me to go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does other companies do that?
Yes.
Right?
Bookkeeping also.
I think Orem does for sure.
Orem has the landlord.
I pushed for this about a year and a half ago.
I mean, I'm 100% in favor of it, but if other cities are doing it, we need to not reinvent the wheel, do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Ford has it, and Nephi just
and Rocky Mountain do it too.
Say that again.
Dominion Energy and Rocky Mountain.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think
Basically what it does
It's a
is it
bookkeeping and
keeps
a
the contract with the landlord, doesn't matter who goes in.
And then
When the new tenant comes in, they have to sign
That's a
up,
no-brainer.
but it just reverts back when they move out.
There's also had a caveat in there about the police. There's a fine associated with it if they're called out to rental units and they're not part of the good landlord program. It's a different fee scale for domestic whatever.
I think we put staff on finding out the best city one, meaning survey them all, evaluate them, and let's get one in.
Yeah, there's some state code that deals with the landlord programs. I think we try to do that. It helps cut down on the delinquencies and
so
the
that
ability
they're
to
not
collect.
just renting houses without.
Yeah, we're writing off money all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm tired of writing off money.
Well, the downtime's losing us money if we're not charging when it's not occupied.
If we were in business to be in business to stand alone, and we wrote off that much money, holy crap.
Yeah.
No, let's do it.
Okay.
The next thing is, we had a rocky start with the drive-up window. I think it's going really well. Margaret's doing great, but they'd like her to go full-time, or at least be occupied full-time, because a lot of people are using that right now. So that was another need. For Steve, we have in the budget, and I'm sorry, I got mixed up at council, but we have $213,000 for the downstairs air conditioning.
The upstairs.
For the upstairs, I'm sorry. But he's saying that the downstairs unit needs to be replaced too. So that was his need. He said that the roofs need repair for the library, the fire station, the petite need. He said the cemetery restrooms need to be remodeled and updated.
Does the whole building need to be replaced, or is
Okay,
it?
I'll cover that later.
Yeah.
You'll still have my presentation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
And the final one is the food pantry. That box is used very heavily, and I understand it was a scout project, and it's great. But if you look outside, underneath, there's food all over, and it's out in the weather. And the other thing is, people will pull out the wrong way into the utility drive-up window to drop off food or to pick up food, and it's becoming a safety issue. So we was wondering if there's a way maybe we could get donations or move that to a safer place and maybe get a bigger area so people can stock it and the food will be safe.
I was thinking the same thing every time I drive by. Oh, that's huge.
Well, that's not originally what was proposed to us
Yeah.
when we approved it as a city council. It was more of a small shed in the corner on the other end of the over.
In the big parking lot.
Yeah, is where it was supposed to go. And when I came down to it, that's what they did. And I know it was done and funded by community members. But yeah, it is getting used, and I mean, we do something.
Yeah, this was a lady that came in, and I don't even know if it was a scout project, but and I think her family did it. Built the little thing. It was supposed to be just a minor thing for if somebody needed a little bit of food, and it's kind of grown. I know we have food pantries, we have other programs. So I don't know if we want to take that on and say this is going to be a city thing and have. I don't know if I want to start something new that we have to start.
I wonder if
Managing.
one of the service clubs would want to take it on.
And I don't mind if we move it or put it over where it's not in the way.
I like it in the main parking lot, but by down where the old cabin used to be. Or where it is.
Where it is.
now. Where it is.
Yeah,
now.
somebody moved it this way because it was there last week.
Did you move it?
I moved it twice. I've moved it twice in my life.
I bet you have.
Moved it from
we
the park.
may have a third time maybe.
Yeah, I know.
We were even thinking maybe
On
by
that
tapping
note,
this way.
some of the canned food out there, I noticed the other day it's starting, it's freezing,
Freezing,
it's
right.
expanding, and I don't know if it's, I would assume it's,
Well, I don't know if
if
it's
it's any
the best
good
option.
actually.
I just say, let's see if service clubs want to take that on.
And I know that, and there might be a few issues with this, but that Agape down where the broken spoke was,
Right.
they have kind of a food pantry too, and I don't know if we.
They've been ousted.
Yeah,
They're probably going to be.
Yeah.
Again from
Yeah, there was something on Facebook they were talking about. The
Yeah.
owner
No,
says
no.
I'd never rent to the. I didn't understand what I was renting to, and so the owner of the building wants them out.
Well, it's, yeah.
Well, I kind of
Sometimes people are
There's two sides to that story.
Sometimes people are their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but and she wants to find another place. I don't know that there is one, but it's unfortunate. And she serves a lot of people.
she does.
I think if that group could just keep things cleaned up.
Yeah.
And I mean, when they were at the old location, you saw stuff all over, and that was one of the things the owner was hoping. He said, I know they do a good service. They talked to the city and said, I know they do a good service, so I'm willing to allow them to continue if we. But they were pretty belligerent to the owner.
Yeah.
He finally said, you know what, I don't need to be treated like that. So I think he gave him a 30-day notice. So, but anyway, I don't know if a group like that can handle the food type thing. But anyway, that's an option. That's something we need to take care of. And I think if food's starting to freeze and stuff, we just need to get rid of it. And make sure what's in there is, yeah.
Or even if you just take it up to her.
I don't know if it's a city's responsibility though.
Yeah,
It isn't, but still it looks trashy.
yeah, and I don't want to see.
That was part of this, the caveat, was go back and look at those minutes there, and it's meeting that criteria, and then maybe it'll be back and pull it back out.
Right. Okay, any other thoughts there? Oh, that was it. I have 2 slides on that, sorry. Okay. What's this one? Public Works, Travis, I'm just going to turn it over to you. If you want to, now that you've got your breakfast. I guess we can go somewhere else while you let you eat your breakfast.
Doesn't that mean Public Works doesn't have any requests?
I knew he was going to be here.
So,
Aren't you getting sewer?
well,
Yeah, you just asked for 55 million, man.
I gotta find a positive way to spin that there are some issues.
And I can add some things while you say it so we can have a record of it.
Employee-wise, obviously we could ask for a lot of employees just to try to keep up with all the growth, but the main ones are, I talked to Kent, and originally I thought that the garbage truck and driver was a higher priority, but he said he would rather have a new dump truck and a driver to help with that. And then we're only about 450 new homes away from needing another garbage truck, and that just because of the routes and how that works. So we're kind of close on both of those.
What's that, a year? 6 months?
Yeah, depending on if we're still doing 400
This
or
budget
so
coming up.
building permits a year.
We're
then it's
talking
not
this
that far
budget
away.
year, so that sounds to
This
me
coming
like it's
budget,
a priority and for as long as it's taking. So I wouldn't back burner it because you might take a year to even get the truck.
True. So those are kind of the two there, and then sewer, I would like to get eventually. So we still have the superintendent, but do 2 lead men. So Tyler's the lead man on the treatment side, but we don't have one on the collection, and that would be nice to kind of pay more attention also to the sewer lines and manholes than we have been, because there are a lot of issues, which probably everybody other than Bob was here when we adopted the master plans, and there's a lot of projects in there, and that's what we've been using trying to do our 5-year plans, unless obviously something else comes to the rise there. So and then I know Joe talked about it would be nice to even have a part-time guy in GIS just to try to help keep up on a lot with all this growth. He's going out and doing all the GPS shots on the utilities, then coming up and trying to keep the maps updated, and so that would be kind of nice.
How are we surviving without a full-time surveyor? Isn't Joe GIS?
Just GIS, yeah. So we've been hiring that out if we have a real survey need that we can't handle. Obviously, if it's just shooting something, he can do that. But yeah, if it's staking something out, we have to hire that out. But at the same time, we don't always have a need for a surveyor, so it's kind of worked out. But we just need to find one that's a little faster than the one we're going to use.
Yes.
Goals, we're probably, if we keep growing at the rate we are, we're probably 1.5 to 2 years away on needing a new water tank. We're not that far away according to the master plan. The sewer line.
The sewer one.
So the sewer line coming out of where the high school is on 8 South, it crosses the highway and then goes behind where the fitness center is over to Dead Man's. That sewer line needs replaced before the high school gets in there, and we found out UDOT is repaving all of the highway this summer. So we've talked to Dave, we're trying to look at maybe doing some of that ARPA funding to see if we can hurry and get that designed and get it obviously under construction before then. That's one of the projects we're trying to do. Cameron right now is fixing the well right off Main Street, right there between the ballpark and the pool. That well is actually being fixed, but the other well across from that, on the other side of the ballpark, that one needs redone also. It's out of spec on those, and we've lost production out of it. So we're using it obviously a ton, but that's another one that needs done. Right now we're designing a new PI line on 100 South that heads over from 7th East over towards South Haven. And the reason is because all of the properties south of there, as you get towards, P-Mount, like farther towards Goose Nest and that, they're all on PI, but if we don't do this line, they'll only have like 17 PSI for pressure. So we've got to get that. That's one we're doing right now. Hopefully we can afford it because the prices of everything are going up. Storm drain, 8th West, if you've ever driven that after a big storm event, it's an absolute disaster. But, that's probably a $7-8 million project to do everything that needs done in there, as well as the storm drain and redoing the roads. But that, about a quarter of the city flows over to that area for
Isn't
storm
that when we
drain.
have to punch under the freeway?
It is. That's part of the price there. But that one is one that should be kind of on the radar. I know Power's working on some new substations and transmission lines, which I know you've heard some of those, like trying to get power down to the golf course. And then also we're going to have to do a new substation over somewhere in that Walmart type area, on the west side. Obviously vehicles, we've been doing a good job of trying to keep those rotated so that we don't spend a lot of money once we buy the first one. And then, obviously, like I said, we're just trying to update everything as much as we can. There's water projects, sewer, and obviously with the growth, we need those. There's a water line, the main water line out of the 2 tanks that we have right now, that needs upsized in order to keep up with the pressure swings that we're getting. And so that's another project that we're trying to also see if we can use some of that ARPA funding to do, because we need a larger pipe to be able to keep up with, so that we're not getting such a difference in swing there. Those are kind of the main high level ones. So obviously we can go into a lot more detail, but that's kind of where I just wanted to point those out.
I'm surprised you didn't put sewer plant in there.
Well, you already know about that one.
Oh, no. That's not all
You haven't talked about your curb gutter and sidewalk yet.
Well, you already, I mean, honestly, the curb gutter and sidewalk is good, but you also have to do storm drain with it, or all you do is take all the water that's now sheet flowing onto people's lawns and you funnel it down to somewhere.
Right.
And if we don't address that, then you're just going to flood a bunch of people. So
I'm even kind of looking at the ones that are worn out and dilapidated. They've been there for hundreds of years.
And it's really just a budget issue. I mean, we only have, I could be wrong, but I think it's about $50,000 a year that he has for doing dilapidated existing sidewalks. It might be a little more, but I think it's around there. I mean, we could easily spend hundreds of thousands just on trying to catch up on sidewalks alone. So, kind of comes down to budget, but if we want to raise rates and try to tackle a lot of these, or however you guys want to do that, that's just kind of where we are. So.
And we're going to talk in more detail a couple of these projects through the ARPA funding. We've got some slides on that as we go later. Any questions for Travis? Any other things you want looked at? Yeah, the sewer plant is a big one.
Travis, on that new garbage truck, would Kent want to do at least like we're doing right now?
I think so. That's working out really well, because obviously we're keeping them new. They're not breaking down near. I mean, you're always blowing a hose every once in a while, but it's an easy, quick fix instead of it's down for.
And then there's some value. Is there value turning them back in, or we just straight across?
Right now, we're just doing a lease, from what I understand. So it's
which ones?
On the garbage trucks. So we're not making any money on them, but we're not paying what it would cost to buy them and then obviously trade them in. It's keeping the fleet up.
Yeah, we started that a few years ago. It's really helped on the maintenance, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, and you already know, and just so you guys know, on the council, we are working on getting Hanson on the loose to get our sewer model up to date, so we can really find out answers to how much capacity is left in some of these trunk lines. So with development, I can tell you, hey, we've got 1,000 units left, or whatever that number is. And as soon as I know that, obviously I've got White Horse calling every week. I've got, there's a guy that wants to develop all the Chrysler property on 4th North with industrial, so he's been bugging me trying to find out. So I'm hoping in the next 2 or 3 weeks I'll have some answers that I can not only bring to you guys, but obviously all the development that keeps calling. So we are proactively trying to tackle this animal that we've got, but it's challenging.
I think the most important thing that I would think of in public work is that we stay on that schedule that they gave us Wednesday night at council, and meet that schedule as far as the sewer plant upgrade goes.
And I have requested a price from them to update the impact fee so we can get that in line, and all new developments would obviously start paying a higher fee to help pay for, some of them start getting more money in there to pay for it. But
I think that's the key. But we're having capacity issues. That's definitely impact fees. needs to be covered, and if we're not getting enough from the impact fees to upgrade those lines, and
I was on with that meeting with the water board. You know, as gloom and doom as it may look for us with, you know, $55 million for sewer plant, we're in better shape than some cities. And they're paying more. But with one of the cities is struggling to keep their sewer fees from going over $100.
So Millville has only septic tanks right now, and they're having to go to a sewer system and treatment plant because their groundwater is getting polluted with all the nutrients. So they are looking to try to get subsidized from the state to keep their rate at 100 instead of like 120, I think it was. And then Snyderville, one of the board members was from there. Their impact fee alone for sewer is $22,000 a unit. Whoa! So me and Jason were texting each other during the meeting that Dave and the mayor all were like, "We look good," you know. But yeah, it is going to be everyone with meeting the state's requirements, as their sewer rates are going to be climbing.
Dave, I mentioned at council the other night that Logan City is just now running their new sewer system through its paces. It's supposed to go online sometime in April. I'm wondering if we could go up and tour that. It's an entire brand new facility. They started from scratch. Go up and do a field trip on a Friday or Saturday or something.
We can look at it. I don't know if it's the same type we're doing.
It had some components that I was really impressed with that clarified the water. And I heard our engineers say that they have got that option in there. Is that correct, Trevor? But theirs was 104 million for a whole new system.
Yeah, I know Spanish Forks was on that water quality board. They're up to 117 million for their upgrade. And Provo City's,
Can't remember how big.
it's up there a long ways too. Ketchup?
Ketchup? Yep. I've got some ketchup. I can bring some more out. I'm gonna bring some more out. Is anybody need salt and pepper? Okay. Does anybody need anything else? I'll bring some more ketchup out.
Thank you. It's very
This is
good.
awesome, Melanie.
You're very welcome. I'll go grab it.
Really good. Okay. I'm going to let a couple of them eat for a minute, so I'm going to skip to some of the people that aren't here. These are some of the recreation goals and needs. We're looking to purchase a larger area, 30 to 40 acres for a large park, or like a traditional park, as well as multi-use field, maybe with some open space for lacrosse, or there's getting some pressures on lacrosse and soccer still. We have some impact fees there as well. He mentioned, and I didn't get to talk to him on this, tree replacement. The main complex, 8 to 10 trees. They would like we had a full-time mower, and we moved that down to part-time kind of when the economy tanked a little bit, and we've never put that back up to full-time. So we're asking for a full-time mow person, additional part-time ballpark maintenance, seasonal employee. We're going to need to look for recreational, or for the office space for their department. As soon as the new high school is built, they won't have an office. We're one of the last ones in Nebo School District that still has their office in their school, and so that is going to end. We've looked at some of the areas around our existing building. Probably the easiest fix right now to bring the recreation down to the city center would be to move the DUP museum up to Petitney. And I know they've had conflicts over the years with that. I think maybe some personnel has changed, so maybe it's better. But a few years ago, I think 2019, maybe 18, we did renew DUP's contract with the city, to keep their stuff there. But the contract says that we can relocate that to another facility. And so I think we have the right to do that. I haven't approached that with any of the DUP people. I did kind of broach it with Janine. She's concerned about the space that he needs to be able to have that. But that would be something. I also looked on the east side of the city building where the Sally Port is, where on that side there's an area there that has a couple of picnic tables, stuff that's never used. We could probably close that in and make a couple offices there, and then recreation can get pretty busy at certain times when people come in to sign up for the programs. If it were on that east side, they could just go there and do their business and come out instead of having to wind through the city building if we put them where the museum was. So we're looking at different options, and we'll talk a little bit later about whether we go for a new city building, new library, a new fire station. So we'll have a specific discussion on that. As far as the pool, they need to, the Lazy River Bridge, to repair and repaint that, and the play structures to repaint that. We've tried to keep up on some of those every year, doing some parts of that. That's the seniors would like the van replacement. We'd have to consult with Anthony and see what we could come up with there. As far as the petite neat, painting the outside windows and eaves is something that's on their list. Replacing the foundation sandstone, that'd be a major project. And pavilion restrooms by the playground to accommodate outdoor events. So those are a couple of things on their radar.
Well, Dave, while you're on the seniors van, I know, because I help with, on hunting days, we do the parking on one of the areas, and that van that we, the 12-passenger one or whatever it is that we have in the parking lot, I know we're not keeping up. Like, we got so far behind that Brad's guys were throwing them in their pickup trucks, and we were trying, like Joe even took a few of the side-by-side. I mean, we were so far behind with them trying to get to the parade that might be something we need to look at, something bigger to try to get all those band members and everything to the parade route.
Okay.
I wonder if we could get UTA to help us on that.
Never even thought of that. Could be a...
Well, I mean, there's that rideshare van that sits down by the...
It's just hard to keep up. It's getting busier and busier, and it's like, they all, we tell them all to show up at like 7:30. They don't. They wait till 8, 15 minutes before the parade. They've got 200 people sitting there, and we're in a mad rush trying to get them up there.
Kim, do you need an extension or more? I've got one here. Oh, she's got one right there. She's got a small one. Any other comments on recreation? Okay. This is the library, and you've had the library board in the past, but here's a few things they sent. Donna's in Florida. She's supposed to get back sometime today, but and this is a little small, but they're looking to upgrade the ILS integrated library system to improve user experience and expand the back and accessibility. They said that costs us about $7,500 a year, plus there's initial $7,500 setup installation. They would like to improve parking, and this is a sore spot. I know Brad's been dealing with this for a few years, and we might just have to get really aggressive, but the Cleary people that have the building on Main Street, they use it kind of as a construction zone in the back, and it's just, that's not what it's for. And I know Brad's had some towed, he deals with them all the time, so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Brad.
Well, they don't like me, that's I just got with Kent, and we just got some new signage that is pretty much don't park here, and we'll continue to ticket them until they get tired of it, I would assume. But
if we found, Brad came to me a couple of weeks ago, that we don't have real good signage there about no parking, and so we'll get those parking up, and then we can be more aggressive to get them out there. They just need to, if they have a construction yard, they need a location where they can put all their work trucks and not just in the back of the parking lot.
Do we have by resolution or by ordinance what the common parking is to be used for, specifically for active shoppers, something like that in ordinance, so that Brad's got a little more bite to the law?
The problem is we have those people that are residents around here too.
Bob, I think we can solve the problem because the ordinance says.
Just with signage?
Yeah,
Okay.
with, no parking after 12 p.m. to 5 a.m. And that's, really, they're the only ones that's causing the problem. Once in a while, the bike shop was, but I think they moved, haven't they?
Yeah. We do have, we updated our ordinance a few years ago, and like those that live there, they're supposed to come in and make sure they have a permit, so we know who's there that live there. But running a business there, they just need to have a business that doesn't need that much parking, or else they have to have a location where they can put a lot of their work stuff.
Well, especially when we're getting ready to entertain, the
Yep.
food court, Main Street remodel, and wanting to bring more and more people there.
I mean, I'm glad it's a successful business, but if they're successful, they need to have a place where they can have all their
It
equipment.
seems to me like they could build a new building themselves.
Yeah, you'd think they'd want that.
Yeah.
Cleary?
Yeah.
They've been there a long time.
Well,
They
the
should be
other-
out in the industrial park, honesty.
The other dynamic there is the gym thinks that all those are on their own parking, and they're not, right?
They're not. Our property goes right up to there. He knows that now. I think when he initially bought it, he wasn't sure, but and when we remodel and refurbish the parking, he will take those down because it's really not his parking. He's got parking in the front,
Yeah.
and that's where his building parking is. But so yeah, we'll have to take those down and.
And the other parking lot to the north, the locksmith, those are ours as well, they're not his.
There's a portion of that that's ours.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably just need to clearly designate what's city public parking and what's private.
They have these little stands you put quarters in. You put those out there.
Yeah, we could meter them.
I know with the streetscape stuff for downtown, they're looking at that parking's a big part of that.
Yeah.
We looked at all that.
Yeah, when we get the plan to redo the main street, that we should have some plans there. But that was on her list. That the other thing on there that we'll have to just a better spot for the dumpster. I know as we redesign that whole area that it'd be nice to have a spot where it looks nice. She is asking to increase the budget to keep our digital and physical collection of programs current, relevant, educational. She does want to eliminate overdue fines. She indicates many libraries have stopped charging overdue fines. This removes access barriers for many of the patrons that need access at the most and removes some confrontational issues with staff members. It also saves staff time and money spent pursuing late fees. She did say fines for damaged books would continue, and I didn't know that was a trend of a lot of libraries not doing the late overdue fines. She would like to add at least 2 clerk positions to assist the library positions. Salary again. They would like to conduct a feasibility study to look at a new library, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So those are some of the goals that Donna sent for the library. Robert, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about development services?
Sure.
Just show Travis up and get up here and be in the front.
Well, I'm just going to say ditto to Travis's budget. Because the things in Travis's budget really kind of drive what we can do in development services. That's our capacity, right? So I think the only other things that I would bring up to you folks, just to kind of give you a little bit of update, we did hire the planning technician, so Marty moved into that position, which is really good, doing really well. That leaves a part-time administrative person that I really feel like could be a full-time administrative person to help with building permits, help with all of the other administrative things that we have to do in our office. Chris, our planner, has submitted his resignation for April. He's going on to graduate school, and so we wanted to get ahead of that. So we've actually posted his position, a Planner 2 position, so we can hopefully, the market is just crazy, and so hopefully we can get somebody hired before he leaves, get some training, so we can continue that continuity in our department. The other thing that concerns me in our department, and just talking about succession planning a little bit, is John is getting very close to retirement. He's our sole building inspector, and so I think it would be prudent to think about getting another building inspector on board. We already contract that out with someone to give John a little bit of coverage, but I think it would be wise to think about the fact that he's going to be retiring soon and get somebody on board that would be able to take over that position and just continue that smoothness that we have and in anticipation of the additional growth that we're receiving.
How do other cities with building inspectors? Does Spanish Fork have versus,
Spanish Fork's got 4.
Yeah. They have 4 full-time building inspectors.
A lot of cities have them, like the plans, review and inspection are separate.
Plan review, they have one that strictly inspects infrastructure, and then 2 that specifically inspect buildings.
Yeah, well,
Because John does all the
and they're
planning.
twice as big. Let's go to 2.
John does all the
But I mean,
planning.
they really are. They're feeding their bread and butter kind of thing, but they're also stopping the future problems. And if they're not catching it all,
You hit the nail on the head. Just cloning John would be the best thing to do, because he's brought such a peace. And I'll tell you, when I was on council in the 90s, it was the most volatile employee that we had. Everybody wanted to lynch him, then they come to council and wanted to lynch us. I'm serious, you guys. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
It was. I'm telling you, the females on council were scared to death because there were people threatening that if you keep this guy any longer, we're going to do something. It was.
Did you get rid of him?
Yeah, we finally got rid of him.
So
he was in my ward too. I didn't have nothing to do with hiring, but I did have a lot to do to help moving down the road.
I would say it's time to hire a second one, and then when John retires, and replace him in the succession plan.
I think that position could be easily filled. I mean, not easily filled, but the workload could be easily
justified.
John is there doing plan checks.
Yeah.
And then he takes them home.
Yeah.
So I think point well taken.
Yeah, and I think my big thing is don't get in a situation where it becomes an emergency and you have to settle for things that you really don't want, but you have to do something, right? Whereas now there's a little bit of leeway to be able to say, oh, we can look for that clone that's really going to fit the position well and make sure that the capacity building is going to be there. So that's my big plug for employees. Still doing a lot of planning efforts. Our priorities for this year include, we are in the process right now of finishing the Spring Creek area plan. So that's exciting. We needed a little bit more budget, and the budget that our consultants came back with was pretty astronomical. And so I said, no, we need sharpen your pencil. And so they're doing that right now, and also with a little bit of additional staff support.
Robert, let me just interject there, because that Spring Creek area plan, when we had a public meeting and stuff, a lot of them claimed we didn't know anything about it, we need more information, and we kind of said we'll have another public hearing, we'll do some more discussion with all the area out there. that's when the consultants, they want quite a bit of money to do that. And we may have to do some of that ourselves and move it forward. So appreciate Robert jumping in on that.
I know I talked to the lady that felt like that I believe you may know her, Teresa, but she's got a new house out there, and I said, hey, we'll listen to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a really, really important area of our city. One that really wasn't considered that much as far as development in our general plan. Like, the general plan mostly considered that Payson would focus on infilling north and east in the city. And now all of a sudden there is so much pressure to develop west and south. And so we need to pivot a little bit and make sure that we're accommodating that. So those are some things that we'll be looking at. A couple other things. Permit tracking software is something that we really need to make sure that we have a handle on. We have a Citizen Serve software right now that a lot of my staff, I've gotten the feedback that it's not as user-friendly as we would like, so we're kind of exploring that. My goal for the end of the year is to make sure that we have a system in place that doesn't require somebody to actually come to the counter to submit a building permit or submit an application, that we have an online portal that's available. I don't know if we'll be able to get it in the entire year, but we need to explore, make sure that we know what we want and what we need. Because when we talked at the work session, some of the feedback that I got from all of you, which was really important, was streamlining the process, making sure that our city is open for business, making sure that we operate our city like a business. And those are just some of the modern ways that we can do that. And it streamlines the process, builds our capacity to accommodate different people. And so that was really important.
Is that something that the tracking and open for business and do it online, is that something our new webpage can be incorporated with?
Well, hopefully we would be able to, send everybody through that webpage to our site, to those programs and software that would be able to do that.
I would say we immediately begin looking for that. I've used St. George's quite a bit the last couple months, putting some temporary things in, and the permitting process for everything we're doing, including an $80 million building, is all online.
Awesome.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get on there and it'll tell you where you're at in that approval process. If you're lacking something, you can just upload it, put it in there, and it clicks it. They review it, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
I think that would alleviate your staff immensely.
It would.
That was the goal of the Citizen Serve.
Yeah.
Because I know Spanish Fork uses that, some of the others use it. That was what we intended to have happen.
Yeah, so if Citizen Serve has that capacity, then...
Yeah, I look at that St. George software. That is unreal.
And I just came from Provo, where we used a similar type of situation. All of us internally griped about certain aspects of it, but it was really helpful in the fact of you knew exactly what was required when you submitted an application. It was all electronically submitted, and then you could track exactly where you were in the process. So you could know as an applicant, is this in my court or is this in the city's court, where exactly we're at.
What is left to do?
Right.
And that's where I'm sitting.
Yep.
I mean, as a small-time developer, and which has been my major frustration, is because I have to do everything that somebody that's doing 500 or 2,500 lots has to do, and it was a 3-lot subdivision. Just to do that infill, that's part of the city's goal. At the same time, I understand that there are problems with other developers that try to cut corners, as we're the same infill spot, that we're dealing with. But if I knew where I was at least had a way to follow that program, I just think it's essential for where we're at.
I would say get the one that you want, so that come budget time we know the number.
Okay.
Rather than say, well, we're going to budget $50,000 and it ends up being 80.
Yeah. So that's really something important that we're going to be working on. A little bit more on the streamlining process. I think there are things that can be done to streamline our process. And one of those is just making sure, if it's administrative approvals, then take the legislative part of it out of it, right? Like, if it's a subdivision of 3 pieces of property,
Well,
does that really need to come to council for approval?
It doesn't now. We actually did that just before you got here. We moved it from city council to the planning
commission, and maybe even just at a staff level, because basically a lot of those things you're just checking a box to make sure that it's.
We don't need to be a roadblock.
Right. Yeah. So I think really examining those things, which leads me to revising our code. I've reached out to a land use attorney who's interested in helping us do that. It's going to involve a lot of staff help because we need to have a good handle, and from the council and everybody else, on the tools that we want to have in our code and how we really want our code to be working. And so it'll be a collaborative process, but hopefully that's something that we can get started very soon. I think that's all I have.
That's good.
Any questions for me?
How's the department overall?
I've said this all along. I inherited something really amazing, and I'm very aware of that. And I love working with those people. They're amazing. And so we have some awesome people in that area of Payson City. And we have some really committed employees in development services. And we appreciate your support in that. It's really interesting because as I've looked through the budget that was created last year and things that have happened, it's really nice to see that council has been supportive of good planning. And I hope that we can continue that. So,
You talked about adding economic development to your department, right? Is that where it would go? Economic development?
Not necessarily.
Be its own.
Well, it's where it was before. That's where I was.
So on the city website, there's a part of things that says economic development, which we absolutely are a part of, right? So development services, economic development goes hand in hand, and we're doing whatever we can to make sure that we're supporting businesses that are coming, supporting growth in the city. I will say one more thing, one more goal that we have for the year, and that is kind of going along with economic development, but annexation. In the last 10 years, I asked Jill to look at this. In the last 10 years, Payson City has annexed almost 3,000 acres of property and expanded our city. And one thing that we're constantly seeing now is additional petitions for annexation. And so I think this is a further discussion that we're going to need to have, but are we focused on making sure that the area of our city that we have already annexed and is in our city is ripe and ready for development? Or are we just worried about going and getting whatever else comes? So I think those are important considerations because as part of economic development, we talk about growth, right? Well, sometimes growth needs to make sure that the stable growth is happening within the existing boundaries of our city and accommodated with our serviceability before we really focus on a lot of expansion.
Well, make sure that growth inside the city is appropriate where it's located.
That's right.
One thing that isn't what's important is what's going in there, not that stuff's going there.
That's right.
One thing about annexation in our code, it actually talks about all annexation should be 100 acres or more, and we need to look at that because I don't remember the last time we did one of the 100 acres, except for and part of that 3,000 acres was the city trying to go out.
Right.
So that's a big hunk of that. But we got to look at the code.
That one we accepted the other night was just 21 acres.
Yeah.
Well, we had one smaller now. We got 5 acres.
Yeah, but it was a spot.
It was a no-brainer.
Yeah, well, it was
But
kind of
see
filling
that-
in the island, and so that's where. But at the same time, I look at it as annexation is done now. What was annexed 15 years ago is now starting to develop. So you've got to get that process started. And if you wait until it's okay, we're annexing and we're going to start breaking ground 3 days later, that becomes a little bit of a burden to us because we're not planning 5 to 10 years in advance.
I see our annexation on the east side once the freeway begins. I see that as just exploding.
Well, that's one of the reasons we fell a little behind the 8 ball.
Right.
Is when we came to this council a few years ago and said, okay, we can't grow in all areas all at once. We just don't have the funding. And the west side was our last priority. And so all of a sudden that's saying now it's the first priority, but as soon as that interchange gets funded,
the east side.
The east side's going to go back to say we and
everybody's in a holding pattern on the east side because they're not going to do anything until that road goes in. Because the developer's not going to come in there and say, "Oh, you want me to build a 5-lane highway through here?"
We've got big development on all 4 corners.
We do. I know.
Well, the other thing too, with the north end, we talked to UDOT the other day, and they're talking about possibly making that, if I heard them right, the Nebo Beltway coming off there even before.
Yeah, we're trying to get funding in sections because, I mean, it's a little frustrating because when we were in our UDOT meeting, when we had the UDOT meeting last week, I mean, it's always been thrown out that new interchange is like $180 million. Well, one of UDOT said this is a $300 million project, and part of me feels like they throw these high numbers, so it's just like you're not going to get it, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But we're going to try to, with lobbyists and things, try to get funding on portions of it.
Yeah.
And if we can get some of that done, like we're going to really work this legislative session, hopefully get about $10 million to do the design of that interchange. And I know UDOT says, well, we have to be able to have construction money before we do the design. It's like, no, we'll give you the money to do the design.
It's just an excuse. They don't want to.
But you're right. I mean,
and it's hard to justify it because when you look at it and they're dealing with things up north, there's houses, there's everything around it, and Payson's down here squabbling, well, hey, we need this. And they're like, these are big open fields. They're empty fields, and you want us to put major highways through here, and the problem is we're all sitting on it. Go out there and at least stake it out. Paint it black. We'll start driving on it as a dirt road. Who cares? Then we at least know where it's going to go and what we're up against. And then all of a sudden everything will fill in around it. But it's...
And the bigger problem is North Main's a mess.
That's an understatement.
What was Main Street shut down for last night?
They were having a parade for the cheerleaders at 3rd and State.
Couldn't get off the freeway. It was plugged all the way up. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Behind the freeway. Yeah.
Yeah, they rolled in about 9:25.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just, we keep putting Band-Aids on it. It's frustrating. I was talking about that 6 north light. Punched over and caught that west corner, the northwest corner of Payson. It's kind of locked. I mean, it's deadlocked right there. There's no way to get in and out. It would totally change the flow of traffic. But we're leaving it out, and it's
the 6 north,
that area of the wheat patch next to McDonald's, you know. And I'm back to maybe my dad's right. We just need to start grading the roads out with gravel. They're easier to maintain, cheaper to build.
Well, I think
that probably took too much time.
I think one of Robert's points though is we don't have to annex everything that comes in.
It was.
I mean, when property's already annexed in, then there are some responsibility that we have to try to get the utilities and stuff too, but we don't need to annex all this property. It's still within our growth boundaries, but it's a matter of timing. We can say, you know, you're going to be part of our city, but and I know a lot of developers will throw out, well, we're going to develop in the county. Well, go for it. It's one home for 5 acres.
And so they're...
But as soon as we annex them, then there's the expectation. Well, okay, now give us all the utilities. And so if we can't provide the utilities and we're not there yet, I think one of the points that Rob brought up is maybe we need to focus on what's already annexed and get the utilities there and get the growth going there, and then.
Well, I think that if we annex, so we have that tool of a PID. They come and say, okay, now we want it. Say, that's fine. Create a PID and you get it there.
Yeah, but if it's not,
but we really want to make sure those
work
good
in that
yes.
situation. If one part doesn't work, and you're going to the middle part, that if one part can be taken care of, that's brand new, but you still got to go through all the middle to make sure it works.
Right. And well, I kind of, as an analogy here, if you picked up an apple and it was a bad apple and you tasted it and thought, well, that's a gross apple, I'm never trying another one. Would you ever eat another apple? And in all reality, 100%, I think we picked the wrong group to do the first PID in the city of Payson.
I think we did.
And so, in my opinion, that apple's rotten. And so, do we throw out the whole barrel of apples because the first one was bad?
We're not saying it that way.
I am.
What I'm looking at is, I'd at least like to get through it, at least to the point where everything's built up. I know what's going to be there. I know how it's being funded. I know how everything's paid for, and see how it works. Provost is working much better than what we.
And you dealt with Provost.
I don't have anything to do with Provost.
It was
that's public works.
But if we can, I mean, I think if we can get down that road, we may
In
feel
Provo
a
Public
little
Works,
bit different about it. And you guys may feel a little bit different. I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's made this bad taste in our mouth, and we don't want to go forward. And any developer that comes in the door and says, PID, I look at it and say, ooh.
Or do you say, have you done it before?
Yeah.
See, that's, if someone had done one or two before, I would have felt much better. But you're talking about someone who's never even in a development like this size.
The feedback that's coming back on my end, on probably you guys' end, is that they're holding all the cards.
They are.
They are.
And they don't want anybody else.
They don't want anybody else involved but their people.
Unless they're willing to pay their price.
Yeah, and
for
it's a
that
lot.
card.
It's a lot of
and
money.
It's a lot more than what it should be. But yet there's nobody. It's like the stagecoach is running wild and there's no driver. There's nobody to control what they're saying and what they're telling other developers, and so they're thwarting everything else that was designed to help. That's the feeling.
That's exactly what Whitehorse said to us. Is that they came in, they had that 50 acres, wanted to join, and they
said take it or leave it.
And he says, I can run it for less than that, all by myself, all the way back, And he didn't want to be levied against it. So we're back to the bad apple. So.
What do we do with the bad apple?
What do we do with it?
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
You're the kindling of the fire. You got to get going,
So
right?
I want to know, Jason, who's overseeing it? My biggest fear, and I've heard this from too many people.
You know who's overseeing it?
Is that
Redbridge.
So the Spencer guy is just waiting to get his $1.5 million out of there for the administrative fee for having the pit. Okay, that's not right.
But under the law, there's two things. I mean, they have the public bonds, which they're controlled by that. There's a bond attorney that's watching. The bond itself, the loan documents and stuff, control how it has to be administered. The issue becomes, if they don't build it, then you've got the default program with all the investors get to go after the board.
But see, I don't want to see that. And I know that they brought in just a ton more investors. So I don't think those investors understand. I mean, they were clear down, is it Fillmore or something? They're trying to get one going down there, doing the same thing they're doing up here, and it still comes down to the pit where
there are protections.
Apple.
It doesn't. It's not going to be. Bob, you have the analogy of stagecoach. It is controlled somewhat. It may not be controlled by us, and I think that's where the issue becomes. Is the way the PID is set up. The city doesn't really have anything. City council has to approve it, but we don't have anything to do with it. We could attend their board meetings, but everybody in this room probably knows that the board members are Joe, Sheila, I can't remember who the third one is, but they're all part of the.
Do they post the board meeting?
They should, because they are.
Well, if they're not, then let's.
Could we look into that and see it?
We got to get back to the PID is a public infrastructure.
Right.
So we're concerned about the infrastructure, and we have to approve all of that. It's just the funding is what they have the control of because it goes on to their taxes. They're the property owners.
Right.
And so we have total 100% control, and you guys have seen it as far as what gets approved, what kinds of buildings get approved, and things like that. That's still this body.
I think the fear we have is that they're doing it and we're not seeing what's going on. And that's maybe my concern. Maybe
But-
it's right.
But what aren't we seeing going on?
That's what I don't know what's happening.
Travis, there's a well going in. We just approved a month and a half ago, at least staff-wise, the alignment of the 800 South. Once it comes off the freeway, the alignment, they had to readjust almost their entire north end of property because of the way the alignment goes and the way that the proposal for 800 South is built way out above. That's in the works. Travis can talk to you more about where they've been extending the sewer line out to that location, is my understanding. So the well is, how far, Travis?
They are pump testing it right now.
So the well's closed.
Did they get their flow rates?
That's what they've been working on. They're trying to get the sand and what the maximum flow is, and then they'll go into full design of the pump house and the pump.
I think the biggest concern is there's other landowners that are involved in the PID, that maybe don't have a voice at the table, but yet their taxes, their ground is affected by it. I think at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about.
And I know that in council meeting after council meeting, I wanted the net thrown broad. I wanted a lot of people in it, and they defied it 100%, and that's what's frustrating to me. Is that there's landowners out there that are like, well, we can't, they want to move forward, and you're talking about it, that the PID does seem like a solution to help alleviate our concerns with infrastructure, right? Is that not the whole point of it?
That's why we went with it,
and
we were not held liable for it.
Yeah, and then they didn't do what we told them to do. And
well, then there's another dynamic. We got MTech that's on the list to be number one funded.
I mean, they could,
while accounts are going to be funded, and we need to provide them a place to build.
I mean, they honestly could have the green light next week.
I think
Start
they're
digging,
holding cabinet
everything ready to go
until they get their fee out. That's my concern, is that they're holding all the cards. Period. End. We don't need to waste a lot of time.
Well, those property owners should be approving.
By spreading your net that wide, you couldn't force property owners to get in.
Right.
No, but the ones that wanted in couldn't join because they wanted too much. Their stake was, oh, there's already 3 people here, so if you want to join, you have to pay 25% of it, and that's where their problem was. Is that they were. Anyway, we can move on, but it is a resolution to some of these problems.
I guess the way I look at this is all we're looking for is they said how much infrastructure, we told them how much infrastructure they have to put in, and that's all they have to do. They don't have to go out and get other landowners. All they have to do is put infrastructure in that we told them they had to put in, and that's what they're working on.
That's including sewer to
right, and they're doing that. So
yeah, they are doing it. At least, I know it's frustrating to you because you're not seeing anything really clean above the ground yet. And it may be some time.
What they're doing is frustrating me.
At least from MTech now, although if they get the funding,
Yeah.
MTech wants to go.
Yep.
And they will want to put shovels in the ground.
This fall.
And so, I mean, there'll
They'll
be
get
some pressure on them
everything is looking
to
that
start
way.
putting buildings up. Robert can speak more to this. They have, they have gotten at least preliminary plan approval, I think, for the southeast end of the project. So there should be something coming.
And they have several applications in right now that you're going to be seeing next week.
So there is some movement. I know a lot of it's behind the scenes. Like I had said the other night, if you guys have questions about some of this stuff, feel free to contact us. I mean, staff, especially department heads, have the ability to at least fill you in as much information as we have. We don't hide anything. We're not trying to. We're more than happy to discuss anything that's going on.
I know we're not trying to hide anything, but I wonder if they are.
No, I thought the very same thing.
That's my
concern. I just throw that out.
It could be, but we can give you as much as we know.
Okay. Enough said.
Thank you. Please, Brad, you want to get up?
Want to get up after that, Brad?
Brad, just don't.
With all that said, can we just get a box of paper clips?
Yeah.
And some colored pencils?
Yeah, let me write that down. Go sit down.
Where's all your police trucks going to park when we move recreation over there to that?
That was another thing I was going to
That was my thought exactly.
Yeah, parking is an issue back there, and I don't know that recreation all the time needs a lot
I'm
of
just
parking.
looking at different options. If you guys would support moving that museum out, but you're going to get some challenges, people not wanting to move it.
What if we move?
Even though the contract says we can do it.
Is there enough room at the PG?
Yeah, we can do that.
Well,
as
they
far
might
as-
have to move some of their displays and put that in and rotate them. I mean, that's what a museum is you put things up and then you pull other things down and put other things up. I mean, they can rotate, but I think they were saying we don't have room to put that in there and leave everything the way it is. But I mean, my feeling is a museum rotates to keep things fresh and people can come and look at it.
Well, I don't know why you would want to leave the museum there. Go put it in our museum where everybody comes to
Yeah,
visit.
because that's where everybody goes.
I'm like, this is silly.
That's my
And then-
thought.
And then it adds staff to the whole operation. Everybody takes care of everything, and it's.
Let's do that, because that alleviates a potential problem.
I know, Janine doesn't have a chance to come and voice that, but I know the petite
Well, I know, but the one that.
board hasn't been real in favor of that.
I totally forgot.
Well, then we can pull their funding for their toilets. You want to play hardball? We'll play hardball.
I mean, I think you can.
So will you send Janine a text right now and say, hey, we've changed our mind. We need the $225,000 for a rec center because we can't move the Daughters of Utah
We didn't hear
Pioneers.
Brett, Teresa. Brett said, we'll pull the funding for the bathrooms if they won't move it.
We can put that funding elsewhere. What if we move the police station to the fire station and build the fire station?
By the way,
behind it?
all the departments decided that if we need funding for anything, we'll let you.
Would that building facilitate
Hey,
any?
Brian, that's what I would do. Hey, Brian, rescue us. Tell us what you want.
Okay, maybe some markers too.
Zip ties?
Zip ties, yeah. My main concerns going into this budget season is one of my main concerns is congestion on our streets. I think I brought this up at our staff meeting the other day. I took a picture on my phone, but I took a picture. I was down just south of the bowling alley the other night, and I took a picture from just in my truck and looking up. And traffic was from past just by Brown's Arena there, or their home there, and it was back clear to the light. Not last night, before last, I was at the top of Petite Meat Hill, and traffic was back beyond the hill down towards, or not Rods, but Wildflower, what do we call it?
Betos.
Almost. Betos. From Betos up over to Rods. Sorry.
That's a day or two ago.
That's a day or two.
That didn't date you at all, right?
So, anyway, I'm looking at ways. A couple years ago, maybe 4 years ago, we realigned some streets to try and get traffic off of Main Street. I moved some stop signs and tried to realign some situations. I think that alleviated it for a while, but we're back to square one as far as that goes. I know the solution is probably billions of dollars a way to fix it, but we got to have some way to control the offshoots of that. And that problem is a lot of traffic complaints, speeding, that type of thing. And we put up a ton of flashing speed signs, and they work in a lot of situations. But now it's got to the point where we need something to enforce that. So my main concern with that and call volume is I just need help. I just need help, basically.
So you need some of those police officers that were fired in New York.
Yes, yes.
How do you put out
We can't
there?
afford their salary.
I know, but their cost of living is not going to be as high.
Well, Teresa, I've had a conversation with officers from LAPD, Spokane, Washington, that type of thing, and they said they'll come for $55, $60 an hour when we pay like $21, $22 an hour. So there is a cost of living adjustment, but it's not that broad.
Not that big.
It's not that broad. The guy I talked to in LA, he said he's trying to sell his house. He can't sell it at $600,000.
Wow, that's...
But he wanted $52 to come here and be a patrolman, which that's
Don't we all want that?
more than double than they would pay.
Church careers should pay
So how much help do
Is
you
that-
need?
is-
How many officers?
Well, there's a couple things. I don't know if you guys have heard the term fentanyl.
Yes.
Extremely dangerous stuff.
Extremely dangerous, and large of our larger outlying cities have started to see it come in. It is very, very dangerous. I've done some research. There's some counties that have a population of 600, 800,000 that are seeing between 12 and 14 overdose deaths a month. We have 0 employees that focus solely on drug interdiction or drug. I think there's 2 prongs to it: education and enforcement. Back in probably, Bill could probably tell us, early 2000s, we had a drug task force member. That was his job. That was Chandler Buckley at the time. But I've been in the drug task force. A community our size really needs somebody to focus in on that situation. We're going to see it hit us, and Teresa and I have had a lot of conversations about it. We need to get ahead of the curve, or we're going to be one of those communities. Not just us, but Spanish Fork. Everybody is going to be in that situation. How much does the county help us with that?
We have a countywide task force, Utah County Major Crimes, but a lot of times we get out of it what we put into it, so to speak. So, Spanish Fork has 2 guys in it, and then they have a city officer that just focuses on their city. We have Springville has some, everyone except for us, Salem, Santaquin, and Mapleton have at least 1 officer. Orem probably has 4 or 5, but obviously they have 100 officers.
And if we don't have somebody there, we get ignored.
We get ignored.
We do our best not to be.
The new sheriff, Mike Smith, he has been very gracious with helping us. They do operations in our city, but at the same time, they're a countywide team, right? But everything that happens in Provo affects us. Everything that happens in Spanish Fork or Salem or Santaquin, it affects us in one way or another, because these guys are all tied into drugs, thefts, burglaries, robberies, frauds, you name it. But in order to have our eye on the ball, I think it's time we be a part of that.
Well, the only way we get involved is if it happens to come into our city from their investigation.
Right. And our patrol guys, we do drug search warrants when we can, but we have a huge traffic problem that we don't have traffic officers for. We have a drug problem that we don't have drug officers for. I approached the council. I don't think anyone here was on the council when I approached them about doing the traffic team, were they? Well, Brian might have been.
Linda was there.
Were you there, Linda?
Yeah.
That's one solution. I know a couple of councilmen didn't think it was a great idea just because they felt like we were going to ticket everyone on the planet. But I don't know if you've noticed with our civil parking owners that Jason helped get through council. If you look at the streets of parking, the enforcement is working.
Yeah.
I mean, Kent would bring me about a list of 400 or 500 cars to move during the snowplow routes. He's brought me 6 cars this year, and it's a direct result of enforcement. And I know Bob commented on it last council meeting. It's not super expensive. The ticket's $25, but it is working. I mean, Kent has not complained this much compared to this much, and that's a lot saying, right?
I'm not saying a lot.
That's saying a lot for Kent.
It's hard.
I spoke to Travis about this and told him this is what we're going to do, and he has problems on his street, and we're trying to address more of that. But with the amount of traffic we have now, there's just a lot of things we're not doing. And those couple highlighted areas.
Is there any cops fast? Or I was encouraged by President Biden yesterday talking about putting more money into hiring more officers.
Yes, there's cop fast grants. A lot of those go to the major metropolitan areas. We have got those in the past, but with that, they fund only for so long. So
right.
we have to be prepared in 3 years to pick up that amount of funding.
550 and 25, and then the 14.
Right.
That was that cops fast program.
Right. Yes. Yes.
I thought that helped us build the force by three employees.
Right. Yeah. And we have hired some employees in the past couple of years, but
2 of those are for the hospital. They pay 1.8 officers, so we get, the 0.2 out of that. The high school or the middle school gave us an officer 2 years ago for the junior high, but we get them basically just in the summer months. So which isn't a lot of time to, beef up our staff. So we're really hurting the most in those areas. We're really hurting the most on volume of calls. Our call volume has not increased a ton, but the complexity of the calls and the time it takes to deal with them anymore is, people just don't handle their own problems anymore. And we become into a simple domestic call now takes 2 hours to deal with because there's grandma living with, it's just complex, and the mayor knows what I'm talking about here. So I'm not asking for 10 guys. I'm just saying we do need to get right.
Well, going back to the drug one, we've never had a drug person really, except for that one small period of time. And we just get what is left over out of the good graces of a task force that is designed for the whole county. And the only way we get the benefit of it is if the investigation starts in probe and then comes to Payson, which eventually will. But then they leave, and then we still have a problem that we need to deal with.
I know it's not sorry, Ryan. So, besides the hospital and the middle school, we've grown about 1,000 housetops in the last 3 years. How much has our police force grown without taking those out? Have we grown at all?
No.
I think one officer.
1 per 1,000.
Well, and I think
Well,
that a lot of those
1,000 doors.
Yeah, 1,000
Not
homes.
homes, 4,500 feet.
Yeah, that was what I was just going to comment on. Is I'd love to see it written out so that this isn't a discussion every time, so that we know that if we're building X number of houses or bringing in this many people into the population, that every so many people we get a new police officer, and every so many 10,000 people we get 2 new public works guys. We get and just lay it out so that we have a plan that says, hey, we're looking into the future, and so when it comes up, they say, hey, we decided 20 years ago that when we hit 1,000 people, we get a new police officer. Every 1,000 people, it's a new one. So instead of 1 for 3,000 people, we should have got 3. And I think that's actually the number.
Well, I heard at least 2.
Yeah, I mean, we could use 4, but whatever you give me, I'll take.
Well, I heard definitely a task force officer, definitely a drug officer. That's what I meant.
You
want to have 4 to get Janine up there.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to participate.
I don't have as much courage as she does. I want
to. That can make it work back for like years. It would be so that whatever he or she's investigating, he can have, or she can have the ability to task force and say, hey, come and help us.
So 2 plus 1 to help call.
Right, and we're getting by. I'm not up here asking for something I don't need because.
Well, I think you're a little overboard on the paperwork.
Yeah.
You can still.
I'm almost as tight as Dave, to be 100%.
You know what? And colored pencils are a little outside the scope. You get crayons.
My guys keep those though, so I don't know how to do that.
Your officers can pick some up every time they're in Taylor School across the street.
Yeah. So
that I have to buy for.
Another problem we have is the police world is ultra competitive right now.
Yeah.
And I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say wages are.
Who wants to be a police officer?
Huh?
Who wants to be one? I mean,
Well,
I'm sorry.
that's a fact.
It's like they're treated so badly. I even remember, when you're young kids, you think, oh, there's a pig. I can't say that because my dad grew up in the law enforcement in every stage.
We had 2 malnourished RNs, caregivers up in the north part of in the north part of Salt Lake. Not both quit being RNs and went to law enforcement. They were burnt out of nursing in the pandemic, and they're in law enforcement now. And I'm going,
how did they afford the pay cut?
I was going to say, how did they take the pay cut?
They love it.
They love it.
They love
Well, I'm kind of wondering if I know they've got the courses in the high schools.
We do.
And maybe we need to plan ahead and say, all right, we're going to go, the police officers teaching those law enforcement classes, maybe pick 2 or 3 and offer them a scholarship. And Payson City pays them a scholarship, and we snag them right out of high school. Send them through post, and then it might cost us a little bit of money up front, but at least then we kind of roll.
Every intern that I have had throughout my entire career through Salem, Payson, they are police officers.
They have to become police.
Well, we've done something similar to that when we had the Explorer program.
Right.
And we benefited from one that's moved to the counties too. But,
Right. So we are fostering that program.
I think we need to explore those. I'm all on board with that.
So bare bones, if we can only afford one officer, where would you want it to? I hate saying that.
Patrol for sure.
Patrol.
But I really think, because you know with the drugs, you
Can we
can
do a
give
drug
Brad
slash
people
gang?
who are doing drugs, who are dealing them, he can't do anything about it. He has to turn it over to the county.
Well, doesn't have resources.
He doesn't have the resources to do it, which, if you're lucky enough to find
being a
them.
part of that, and I'll just kind of touch on what Teresa's saying, being a part of the task force opens up. I mean, they pay for the equipment, they pay for the drug buy money, they pay for the wiretaps, they pay for, we pay into it already. We pay, relatively peanuts, probably $8,000 or $10,000 into that already to have availability for that. They take all the evidence, so we don't have to store all the drugs and all the seized guns and all that stuff. Our evidence room, we're just going through it right now, and we're just about out of space there. So we're clearing it out as much as we can, and I think, as I told Dave, I think we'll get by for a couple more years. But on my long-range plan, we probably need to look at a facility. But there's a lot of needs here. I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying that on the horizon in the next 5 years or so, it's probably something we're going to have to look at.
So,
but
one for patrol and maybe one for a task force. And then we get the availability to put a microscope on us.
Yeah. But I truly believe we need it. Like I said,
But
we've talked
moving
quite
you
a
out of
bit.
that facility might resolve some of the other issues we're having with facility issues. And I know the library comes to us on a regular basis, but honestly, I'm not seeing it as the top of my priority.
Well, we got to prioritize, but we can't lose track of the others.
Yeah, well,
we can.
We'll have some discussion on that in a few minutes.
We're happy to be if you build a new city house, we're happy to be in the new city house. We're not asking, not unless Dave doesn't want me there, but.
It's a good place to have it. I think
We'll build a salary for it. You guys can begin to salary.
So, right now, our job is to go to emergency calls, right? That is our number one when someone calls 911.
Chinese fire drill.
We want to be there. We want to be the first person they see. We want to help them as fast as we can. And our bread and butter, or meat and potatoes, is the patrol department. And if I had to choose one, I know drugs is...
You choose two.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been fighting it for too long.
Just get Janine up here.
No.
She'll get it for you.
Hey, I'm asking for it.
You're already on board.
I'm just really
I'm trying to
concerned
help
about the
you.
wave that's coming. I
Yep.
really am. And
It's happening.
I hate to say it, but the open border policy that our federal administration has is not helping us with the fentanyl problem. We used to hear of maybe an ounce or two. We're seeing 80 pounds, 280 pounds, 600. If you took a salt pepper shaker and you found 2 grains out of that salt pepper shaker, that's enough to kill one person. And you're talking kilos. We deal with kilos and ounces and pounds.
So one for traffic and one drug.
Yeah. And like I said, if I could just get one, patrol would be the place to be. So.
And I don't want to bankrupt the citizens, but it might be a good year to do that tax increase to cover some of these costs that are coming at us.
And it's not even that, it's
Or you pay for it one way or the other.
But even his...
In limes or...
Yes, exactly. We can drive our community into something nobody wants to live in, or we can raise the taxes to the point where nobody wants to live in it, which... it's a two-edged sword.
Nobody's going to die because of it.
And honestly, that's where you have to decide. Do you want to live in a community that's got low taxes but high crime, or one that's got high taxes and low crime? And let's sell it that way, and that's where we're at.
Well, and as far as the crime goes, we've made leaps and bounds of progress in that. There was a time we were, top 10 dangerous cities in Utah, and it took us a couple of years, but over the last 5 years, we've consistently ranked top 20 safest cities in Utah, which
take a small city and get a murder, double homicide, it throws you to the top.
Well, no, that's not true. No, but in part 1, part 2 crimes, there's 2 different categories. Violent crime does play into it, but
most of the stuff that takes us into the higher brackets or the worst bracket is property crimes. Because there's a monetary value established, and then they take that monetary value per pupil or per 100,000, however they want to do it each year, and that's what ranks us higher as far as crime levels.
Yeah, we just
It's
gotta
not
make sure we put it
necessarily
the right way, or those things could be skewed against us.
Yeah, and I pay very close attention to how we code our stuff. If it's someone calls in a theft and it turns out to be a civil problem, we make sure at the end of the month that those are recorded civil problems, so it doesn't reflect poorly on our community when it shouldn't.
Right.
So I pay very close attention to that.
I think you've done a great job, honestly. And I'm not criticizing that.
No, I know you're not. I was just trying to explain how that works. Yeah, you do. Are we going to stop a murder if it's going to happen? We can try, but as you all know, we can't babysit 20-something thousand people every step of the day. And violent crime is going to happen. We, unfortunate incident with our sledgehammer.
And part of that is knowing what's going on with the drug culture.
Exactly.
That's where most of them.
That's where about 90%. It's either domestic related or drug related is where we're at. So
One thing is, as we've grown, our property taxes have gone up, our sales tax has gone up, so we need to be putting back into employees, because employees, we grow, we need more employees to cover the growth, but we're getting more property sales tax too, to cover that.
I don't know how to, as far as traffic complaints, obviously with more cars we get more traffic complaints, and we're trying to deal with that the best we can, but if you have 4 guys on patrol and 3 are on calls, that leaves 1 guy to patrol. How many miles of city do we cut, Travis?
Some of those 97 center line miles.
Yeah, so that's a lot of streets and a lot of parking and a lot of nuisances and a lot of things to go on. So it's a big thing, and I know everyone needs employees, so I'm not trying to appear to take away from anybody, but that's just the facts we have as far as I can see in the trend that's coming. That's the best information I have today. I recently got on the state board as Vice President of Region 2, which takes in from basically central Utah, Uinta Basin, and Utah County. So I can have a little more influence on some of the grant money and that type of thing that comes. And that's another opportunity that I'm looking forward to maybe bring into the city is influence to maybe get some of that money to smaller communities like ours. Because a lot of the times we get left out because we don't have 120,000 people, or we don't have, a big Delta Center, or, USANA place, and any of these big tourist attractions and stuff like that. So, anyway, I've talked long enough, and that's just kind of where we're at.
I have one more concern as you're talking about traffic flows. I love the stop signs. I think it's great, but you can't have intersections without them. And there are a few out there that you're like, wait, that one didn't have a stop sign. Why didn't it have?
Well, we've been taking that off. I think Dave gave us like $6,000 or $8,000 a year over the last couple of years. And I've worked with Kent and Travis, and we have a program in place. It's just, if we did it all at once, Travis, we'd be a couple $100,000 to do it. So we've spent, I think, the last 4 years just biting off a little piece every time, and that's our plan. Unless you want to bite it off, but I don't know if that's the highest priority in the city.
Well, the one that caught me was over like on the west side. It was one intersection like right out in the middle, and it wasn't controlled. Wasn't controlled. Now I understand. I live over on the northeast corner, and we got our stop signs this last year. Yeah, okay, so that kind of changed. But when you're going along and every other intersection has it, and then all of a sudden one doesn't, it's just those pockets that are. Throw one of the old yield signs up.
Right, and that's another.
What they're doing is looking at the whole community and how it has to.
Yeah, we have to.
There, you can't. It looks like it shouldn't be there, but that goes into the whole traffic thing. It's,
right.
Had the traffic engineers do the whole city, and that's what they're working on.
It's those that neither direction has a protection. And I think that we've got, you got to.
But you also have to have traffic flow, and maybe that's why it's not. There's traffic flow.
So that was David's, and I was just going to say that next is we can't stop every single intersection, or we create the same problem we have on the highway. That we have too many, and that's what concern I got.
Have some flow.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. That's what I'm saying. Just a yield sign, just so that somebody coming up says, "All right, this intersection's not." And that's the issue. You got to play to the lowest common denominator. And I love the flow has changed. Some of the stop signs have switched. And I do. I take a different route home from work every day now because I know I don't have to catch stop signs if I go that way. And that's the objective, right?
That's the flow.
I mean, you put the cheese where we need to go so the mice go the right direction.
Well,
right?
that's by design, really and truly.
It is.
That's by design.
And next time if I get over there and I see I'll text you the intersection because to me it's one that flows. It's like two that came together, and I'm like, this one's missing one. It needs one direction or the other, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Well, we kind of have a method. We have some part of the city design. We do have a bid out there from Jeremy's firm? Jeremy Searle to complete the rest of the study for the city. I didn't bite off on it because I didn't have budgeted $30,000 to do it this year, but over the next couple of years we'll bite off and do the rest of it. But it's a big price tag, and we're focusing right now on redirected traffic and making the intersection safe. And I'm trying to get everything off the highway, really, to be 100% honest with you. Now, I don't mean to bombard residential streets, but we have a bunch of residential streets that can act as, what do you call them, minor collectors or minor surface or whatever we want to call them. We're trying to get some of the flow off so we can move traffic through town. And unfortunately, right now, the highway is our biggest problem. And UDOT's not coming to our rescue anytime soon. And like Dave said, they're throwing up red flags and roadblocks and anything they can.
Well, I kind of hoped when we wanted 6th East to become one of those minor collectors by putting the stoplight up there. But I can follow, and I do this, I can follow cars that come off the freeway. They come clear up, hit the stoplight, and go out to the east, and then on up to Elk Ridge or Goose Nest or wherever.
And the light at McDonald's might change that. It's hard to make that left-hand turn off of there.
Because it's scary to turn left on that at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, but so if you turn left there and go up 6th North and catch 6th East and go up. But the thing I'm looking at is it's a little bit bigger road, and Mag would really like it to be faster, and I know that doesn't make us popular, but maybe a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit.
I was just going to say that. That was a proposal that we made maybe
8 South, 6
years ago.
6 North should be 30 or 35 miles an hour.
It had to go up to 30 miles an hour from 25.
Okay, we need to move on, or we're not going to get through.
Yeah.
And there was a concern that, hey, if you put it to 30, they'll go forward.
I'm going to touch on that for like 2 seconds because that's one of our biggest complaints is the speed. I just barely put up a flashing speed sign if you've seen it going southbound on 6 East. We have 2 on the south end, but the one on the north end over by like 700 North, or not that far, 600 North.
Raise it to 60 miles an hour.
Well, you create yourself a problem.
Another problem, yeah. So that's
you just
anyway.
create.
Sorry.
Well, it was like Arrowhead Trail, you did that. You put one on Arrowhead Trail, and I'm like, well, this speed limit was 30 before you put the sign up. Now it went down 5, and that's...
I just said 3.
It's time for a bathroom break, though.
Bathroom break.
You guys want a break?
Yes. Give them a break, please.
We need to reset.
Yeah.
You can go up there and talk. I don't care about parks. I don't care about parks.
Tracy?
You're on the way.
I care about parks.
Thanks.
I do too.
Can I go, Dave, or are you typing?
No, you're up.
Okay, first I'll start with cemetery. We'll kind of start with our goals. The cemetery, it's kind of been a volatile place with our employees, so we feel like we're trying to change the atmosphere there. With Trina leaving, we hired Paul, who came from the golf course, and that's been a good transition, but I'm not going to get into the like all the beautifications, all the projects we have, but a couple things we want to do there is make that more of a place that people want to work instead of where our departments are combined with parks and cemetery and golf. It feels like a lot of our employees felt like it was a punishment to work at the cemetery. And so we've tried to rotate that around to make it more of a pleasure to work at the cemetery. Like I know myself and Wes and Dave, Melly's been involved, that we feel like that's probably one of the most sacred places in the city to work is there, and it should be, we need to take it to a different level. With that, some of our major projects, Travis, be quiet.
He was talking to me.
Okay, Mayor, you're fine.
I'm sorry.
Mayor.
Some of our major projects are roads, like the existing roads. We did the new roads, and the biggest complaints we get is repaving or redoing the old part of the cemetery, so to speak, the new roads.
So that's something that we'd like to address. Also, the perimeter fencing, the wrought iron fence that you guys have seen, we've repaired that. We've painted. We've done everything. That would be on our wish list. And then obviously it was kind of brought up about the restrooms, but I feel like doing those restrooms is just, we need a new building. The cemetery needs a place where people can come, they're grieving, they can go to the restroom, they're an office, a place to park stuff. Obviously, a lot of the stuff is more broad scope here, so I know it's not going to be in this budget, but I just wanted it on your radar. So we'd like a new facility there, and then also yeah.
Quick question. You're talking about a new building for the cemetery, and I talk with the parks people all the time. They're crying for a new building. Is it something we can make big enough to cover the parks department?
Yeah, that's going to go over the parks too. Yeah, they need a build. Yeah, it would be.
Could we do it in one there?
Yeah, I don't know if the footprint's big enough there, but my next point on there is we need to acquire some more land. Not this budget year, but just keep that in your radar that we're filling up the ground. We were busier this year than we keep getting busier.
What ground's available there?
Well, there's always east of us. I don't get into the land stuff per se, unless I get asked to.
But we don't want to wait until it's so expensive we can't afford it, or
exactly, or the corridor comes through. There's different things that's going to affect the price of that land here. What I've heard today. So
one of the thoughts when we went through the recreation is there's 20, 30 acres maybe east of the cemetery that could be a recreation park as well, and that so we don't have in that area. Maybe incorporate some into the cemetery.
Well, and it's not a bad idea to overtake a park when it's time to start burying people. If I'd love to own a park next to the cemetery, and when the time comes, you put people in the ground instead of on top of it.
Yeah, it's going to be, and ultimately, if we got ground, the answer to the building would be maybe move it east, because that would probably be central to your cemetery if you grew east, rather than in the one corner. So, but that's some things at the cemetery we're doing. We have a lot of plans for beautification. I hope you saw some of it this year. We're trying to work on some different things, but as is everything here, it's all budget related. So if we get more people, more money, then we can do that. But that is a goal of ours. On parks, we're
on the cemetery.
Yes,
I brought this up about a year ago. Did we ever look at the fees and because we got to keep looking?
Yes, we did. When you brought that up, we were right in line with South Utah County, others, but we continue to look at that. And that's a good point, Brian. So on the parks side, we are asking for an additional employee, just like everyone else where the city grows. We're just getting pulled in different directions. And when I say parks, these people will be trained to work in all of our departments. So we try to cross-train everyone so they're not park-specific or cemetery-specific because of that. Wes has done a great job, but Wes, why we hired him, and what I loved about him, he's a working superintendent. He likes to work, but he's pulled too many spots. And so we want to kind of maybe create more ownership of you're over this park, you're over that park type of thing, so we can get that level up. I think that Wes has done a great job with the parks. A project we need to do is replace the whole irrigation system at East Hills Park, otherwise known as the Brown Park.
Where is this at again?
East Hills, so it would be East Hills subdivision by Spring Lake Elementary School.
Oh, okay.
That park there. So it was just undersized. We have 2-inch lines going to oversized valves. We can't retrofit it and make it work. We've dealt with Cameron. We actually had them bring a 2-inch valve into there. So if we ever get to do that, we'd replace that whole irrigation system. Would be a project that we'd love. We want to spend a lot. We've been getting some traction on the disc golf course up the canyon. So just a small amount up there, just beautification and some cement pads. That seems to be taking off a lot. And then we want to create a tree standard, and there's different, and I don't have this information for you today, sorry, but there's different programs like you talked about, but just a tree standard for, mapping trees we put in, pruning, different things. Now that Wes has completed that program, arborist program, we want to really start taking advantage of that and doing that. And then
is there software that follow, that you get the follow.
Yeah, and Wes, we're looking into that, just different things that you know. But again, Wes is the arborist, and if Wes is trimming trees, then he's not, you know. So it goes back to employees, but that's something in the future. And then they obviously they don't have a meeting place, kind of like what Brett said. Our parks guys don't have a place. You know, we meet down at the cemetery and then disperse from there. But ultimately, they need, you know, we need a building in the future to house our equipment and have a central location. If it's with cemetery, that's great.
We're back to, I listen to the part of the Parks Department all the time, and you're looking there at your tree standards, and I don't want to get off of them before we get too far. And I know it's kind of a combination between public works and parks, but they plant trees in those mow strips that get too big. And I know that it's 1400 South or whatever that is becoming a problem right there.
8 South is becoming a problem too.
Yeah.
And growing up into the, so we're addressing that currently.
And they're pushing them up. I'm back to the container idea. Like, we talked about doing a tree, like, nursery at the golf course.
Yeah, that's on my list here, but yeah.
But I would rather invest the money and start putting everything in containers. And when they get to the size, you know, you bring them in, they're decent. 3 or 4 years later, they're too big. We pull those out as our nursery, and we go put them into a park and put them where they need to
And
go.
I think that works on certain areas, and not to who planted trees before. I don't want to offend anyone, but if you know what kind of tree you're putting in under a power line, you should know you know what I'm saying. So
right,
part of the issue is we've planted in the past. We planted the wrong trees in the wrong places.
Well, some of them is developers coming in, and we require a certain gauge tree, and they go grab the tree.
Yeah,
and
they just go get whatever it is. Yeah, so that's where we kind of want to develop a whole tree standard. Yeah, a standard that look, we're not going to put a tree that grows 40 feet here.
I didn't want the Public Works being left out of this conversation because it is a good place for us to foster great trees for the parks.
Yes, absolutely.
And I would rather plant, you know, something that we can transplant somewhere else, even though it might get bigger and be a problem. But the other option I thought about is, what about getting a spade to move them? I mean, I know that, or just hiring it out to be done.
Yeah. So when we moved the trees off of 8th South, that was about $18,000. So, and I asked him about his tree spade, and that was $175,000 he'd sell it to us for, or $200,000. And I thought,
but at the same time, if we did that on a regular basis, it might be worth having.
Yeah, if we did. So, and when I get into golf, well, we'll just talk about that. We've always wanted to have a nursery at the golf course because we grow good things. You know, we can grow things up there. And the nursery that we wanted would be, we would plant them all in. It's a pot in pot. Right. So you plant them in the pots, and then, you know, we'd like to foster just trees throughout the whole community. Down there, we have the land. We don't have the money to do it, but we have the skill set there. So that's part of our long-term growth. Goals, and I know a lot of you don't know about the golf course, but we planned from 18 green, going back up the clubhouse, we have that open field there that we could beautify and plant trees. And obviously Wes would be involved in that, and Greg, and you know, but we could plant trees for the city. That's how
you're obviously the pretty spot, Tracy, and you know, we love the suggestions that you have for us. I think it's great.
Okay, so golf, on the golf end, just a couple things. I ran the numbers last night. We just did just under $1.5 million, which is, it's about $100,000 in the year before. I went clear back, so just to kind of briefly show you how we're growing. In 2018, our total revenue was $651,868, okay? 2019 was $811,000. 2020, $1.4 million. 2021, $1.5 million. So I know Dave was concerned, and maybe some just of interest. RV Park last year, we did $33,226.18 in rentals in the RV park. To put that in perspective, we budget $10,000 to make our payment. So we were hoping to make $10,000. It's been open a year and a half. We have online booking that they're starting to book already for June, July, and August. So I feel like that's going to continue to increase. As a matter of fact, if we can get the park to above 60%, then we will probably be back to you and maybe raise some rates, because I think we are inexpensive. But so that's going really well. What's that?
So if you're not filling the slots, you're not in it.
I know, and it's different. It's a different. I'm not an RVer. Some people are, but it's like a cult following, and it's more word of mouth than anything. And we're starting to see one group show up with 10 trailers, and the next time they book, they'll show up with 15, and then they show up with 20. So.
And then when you get maxed out, then you're really surprised. Yeah.
So Tracy, Dan Shaw has a group that does RV.
I've talked to Dan about the camp lighting. Yeah,
they could help us get on the website and do a lot of that stuff. They'll do it for free, I think.
Yeah, Dan come and talk to me about, they have glamping. I guess you guys have heard of glamping. And he buys these units for $45,000, and they're sold out for 2 years. And he was really pushing us to do something out there where people could stay, you know.
And we have a guy named Ryan Thomas that works for them, and he would come down and help us just push that out. So I think we can triple.
And our software is really cool. It's dynamic pricing, so we can set a thing where it gets to 60. If there's only 8 spots left, then it'll bump it up. So and it'll move trailers around too. It's really good software. So that's been exciting. So anyway, on the golf, we've had a great year. We've been very successful. We need another employee at the golf course also, and this is my pitch there. 9 months out of the year, we're open for at least 12 to 16 hours a day. And if myself or Jake's, it would be like if Dave didn't show up at the city center, then the place doesn't get opened up. Or if Melanie doesn't go, it's just getting so busy. I think we could probably cover the costs through our part-time budget, and because we just lost Paul, we're hiring another one at a lower range. I think we could cover most of that. We could absorb that most within the budget.
Who was Paul?
Paul was Greg's assistant superintendent who actually went to the parks.
Okay.
So Paul applied for the parks position when Trino left, and he got that, and so he's been working with Todd at the cemetery. And
who's Trino? Is that a
Trino?
guy?
Trino. Trinidad, the Mexican fellow that worked for us on parks, and he retired.
Great guy.
Yeah, super good guy. We miss him.
Hard to lose him.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I
But
wanted to nominate him for the McMullen Award or whatever. He got it in '92 or something.
yeah, super great guy. But anyway, that whole culture is changing. It's hard to change culture, but it's changing in the parks and cemetery. And then just at the golf, we just want to maintain equipment rotation. I mean, it's a small goal, but a lot of times in the cities, we keep stuff for too long, and it's hard. And now that we have more revenue, the council and Dave's been great, and Kathy to work with on that. We're just going to shore up some of the ponds. The nursery I've discussed. We've always wanted to have a nursery. I wanted to get on Travis's. I've told him this for about 3 or 4 years. He's aware, but our parking lot needs to get on the parking lot list for
research.
It looks bad.
It's
that needs to be. Well, that's part of the problem. We don't maintain them because they're.
And they're in the mountains too.
Well, they're private, so they're not. I mean, we own them, but
Yeah.
we can't spend BNC funds on them. So unless it's scheduled, unless we budget specifically for that parking lot, we can't do it.
Yeah, we can't use the Class C road funds that we get, so we just got to specifically budget for parking, and we've got the cities. The one behind the library is the bad one, and the golf course. Those are probably the 2 bad ones. They're just price tags of $300,000 each, so we just got to bite the bullet, maybe one each year.
Yeah, just on the radar, obviously.
I know.
$300,000.
You should have Janine after that.
I know. And then one thing.
That's cheap. We approved $300,000 for 2 toilets.
That's one thing.
To put
That's just a little bit.
To put the golf course in perspective, this year we sell 125 season passes, right? We opened them up at 8 o'clock on December 15th. They were sold out in an hour and 50 minutes. There was a line from the gate clear down into Elk Ridge, people waiting to get those passes. So you're seeing a trend, and I think our staff, our team does a great job up there, but people are moving in. And it's not. I don't see it changing. I think we're just going to continue to get busier.
I love that it's
too low. I was going to say your prices are too low.
On the yeah, they are on the passes, absolutely. But that's for another time because I know you guys are busy. But we can discuss that. And then obviously I just wanted to report on the online booking. So we've gone to all prepaid online booking, and that was a big concern with Dave. And so far so good. So just like someone books a tea time, they pay us. So now
So if they don't show up,
we get their money. Now, obviously, we have systems. We have systems in there. If they call us 48 in advance, they get a certain amount. And usually, to be honest with you, you try to be the good guy, and you're like, "Hey, can you come out tomorrow?" We've tried to work with everyone, but I think it's really been a plus. Like our sheets are filled up, and then some of you weren't on council, but when I ran the numbers last time, we'd left $420,000 on the table of no-shows. So that's been good.
Yeah, my son, when he worked up there a few years ago, he tracked it. He said, "Dad, we're losing a lot of revenue because people book at tea time and you don't have to pre-pay."
I put the graduate student on a project. I'm like, "Okay, Tyler, let's put this to work. I want everyone that comes in." Yeah, and he did an awesome job. Helped us track for the whole year.
Kind of like what doctors' offices do. If you don't show up, you still get charged.
Or Delta Airlines, or the Utah Jazz, or anywhere you want to go, even the movie theater. You show up. So the women, my wife couldn't believe we didn't do this. Like, she pushed her phone and something shows up on the door, and guys couldn't. It's tough, huh, guys? But it's gone good. Last thing that I've got to say every year until I retire was we'd love a reception center up there. I'd love to be out there right now today in our reception center. Paying ourselves. Now, I know that's not this budget year, but I just want to say that.
We'll lose money if we don't.
The mayor would get mad at me.
Where get some numbers for us. Where is Spanish Fork? How much did it cost for theirs, and what's their revenue coming in?
This was just an addition.
Booking
onto theirs.
Yeah.
Well, that's all ours would be. Is
Well,
an addition.
and the other thing
we
we need to consider is where we maybe can't do it by ourselves. We need public-private money to be able to do that, and it's not necessarily. I know they've talked about in the past that, hey, we want to be the one that gets all the money, but sometimes we can't do that, and eventually down the road we would, because that would go away after a certain amount of years.
Yeah.
But
Well, Bob can help me here, but if you do a public-private, the private they're going to get their money before the city. That's how it works.
Exactly.
It's an investment.
But we eventually get it in.
We get a facility and stuff like that.
And we got to be willing to accept that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If people are going to come with the private money to build it,
If we want it,
we got to allow them to win the
I
project.
think you get corporate. I honestly think it'll pay for itself.
If you build
Corporate
it,
events
they will
and things.
come.
But this thing's okay.
And
This meeting could be in our own facility.
Yeah, that's what I say. But I've changed my over 20 years of presenting this. I've changed my thought of, okay, we'll build on to do a nice reception center. Like, I think we go to the top of the hill and build the Taj Mahal. Like, we built the best reception center that you've ever seen. And we go all in and make it the nicest reception center you can have.
We don't want to add on. We want
it at the top of the hill and as nice as you can get. And I've done so many, when you said, get us some numbers, I've done numbers for 20 years.
How much have you got a set of plans and things?
Well, I had plans, but I don't have plans for recent costs and
right. No.
Because but
I think that our home to adventure we need.
Well, we got 4-bay, and they could figure into 4-bay.
But this has been the issue, and I do not want to offend one. I am born and bred Payson, right? I love Payson. You guys know that. I grew up in Payson, right? But a lot of times the thoughts of, like, the people that are going to use that reception center aren't necessarily all from Payson. They're from north and east. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people that are going to buck that are going to be like, and I was married in a church. And you know what? Luckily, we're still, it worked so far. I'm not home today, but you know what I'm saying? Our reception, I've been to all your family's reception. But that's how we grew up. But the thought of, that reception center, I think, would be just a huge asset to Payson City.
Well, it's the people come here to spend the money and leave it here.
Yeah.
And circulate.
Yeah.
Well, and there's no other golf course.
That's
there's no other golf course in the south end of our county that can even compare.
Yeah.
To
and we've got a
that
temple. We didn't even talk about that. It's a
You're right.
But it's
a marriage factory.
It's not even that, because I've talked to 2 different big corporations, and they have their big golf things there, but they have 200 people, and they said they would love to come there, but you don't have the facilities to cover those.
I lose. I can think of 20. I can name 20 right off, like Komatsu and all these that say, Tracy, we love your golf course, but The CEOs, what they want to do is they want to stand up here like me and say, look at how great I am. I brought you guys to the golf course. I'm paying for everything. That's what they pay for. They don't care about the stuff of employees. They want to, they want to, and that's what we don't have.
That's why we shouldn't be afraid of a public-private.
No, I'm not.
We just shouldn't be.
We're not going to get the one down by Parkview.
Go ahead, Brian.
Tracy, how can we brand the golf course better at Payson? I still see lots of things that say Elk Ridge. This is Elk Ridge's golf course.
Yeah, that is a
How do we do that?
I thought about like I would love to put a grand entrance up where our property starts. Like welcome to Payson. We have a sign that says Gladstone. Huh?
I asked for that 4 years ago. Right over the top of the street.
Yeah, I mean every facility that you drive in, most around the country, you drive into a gate like an area, But I mean that's it, and yeah, we fight that all the time. It needs to be. We've talked about. I don't want to offend anyone, but we talked about if we did some things, maybe a name change, like where we keep the Gladstone name, like maybe the Gladstone Reception Center or whatever, but change. Just a big marketing. I mean, you guys have been through the branding with the marketing. What it would take is money and marketing to be like, this is Payson City's golf course. Bob talked about East Side Development. When an East Side Development comes, it's going to be back in Payson. That's where it's going to go. That's where your upper end homes are going to go, is up towards us. So
we should just annex Elk Ridge.
Well, I'm a big proponent of that. I've said that from day one.
Well, we've all said it.
I'm a huge proponent of that.
Then talk to your city council about it, because the conversation has been kind of.
Okay, but this is the thing. Can we could make it so they can only get one representative, like to run for council from that, right? Like
You would have to do
what's
it.
the
It
word I'm
wouldn't be
looking
at
for?
large. They would be district.
Yeah, district. So they could bring one person to the table in this thing.
Or two.
I could give you the whole opposite thing of that. Because our property tax is really high. We're going to have to raise the property taxes of the rest of our citizens, and they're low their property taxes. We have to go across the board the same. So it's going to cost our citizens more if we bring Elk Ridge in.
Not if we create a PID to cover the cost of it. And that's honestly part of my conversation. We have an excess amount of water, and they don't have pressurized irrigation systems. So we could put another pond up the higher.
Well, I think the citizens would be all for it.
Put PI all the way through it, and counterbalance. We would take. I think if we sat down and did a feasibility study, we could actually offset the cost in 10 to 15 years and run it under a PID and stuff those hidden fees that Elk Ridge is currently encumbered with as their PI system and kind of move it that way. That's my thought process on it, but that's a different conversation.
So
for
residential costs 1.3 or 1.6 tax dollars per thing where they have no commercial up there.
Yeah,
So it'll cost Payson money. There's no question about it.
But I think it would be it's a branding, it's a mind shift that all of a sudden everybody in Elk Ridge now goes, well, we're part of Payson, and I don't know that they would shop Payson, but we could use that to our leverage to say, this is where we're at, this is our mean income, we need a steakhouse, we need this, we
My
need
thing
that.
is development. I don't know how it would open up development from the east side to Elk Ridge. Now that you have off-sites there, anyway, that's a different. That's
Can we at
someone
least
else.
get power up to the golf course?
Any other questions?
I do have one before we move. Unless, so I've gotten a little skinnier. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm trying to be a little bit more active, which is getting me into the areas that I've never been into before. I went out and bought my brand new mountain bike. We've gone up and done some different things, ridden the trails. Our trail systems need to be tied together, but at the same time, we're not seeing a presence of policing action. I think we need to annex Forebay into Payson City so it becomes our jurisdiction. We cannot have a 500-acre park in the county, in my opinion. So let's put that inside of Payson City. And then I would love, back to Brad back there, let's buy a couple of really nice e-bikes, put lights on them, and once a day our cops get to go for a little bike ride. You know, I mean, it would be good for their mental stability. It'd be like, let's get them out. You throw them on the bike, they run up, they go up through Forebay, they go down the trail system, you know, they draw a lottery. Once a week they get the hour-and-a-half bike ride through town. And they are all of a sudden, we have a police presence. I mean, I went up with the scouts, parked in the parking lot, and then hiked down. Actually, we went the other direction. We went up to Molly's Mine or whatever it's called and camped. But some guys beat me there, and they were like, they're about to set up camp right in the middle of our groomed trail, right off of the canal. I'm like, no, dude, we got to walk up here and get out of the way. And I think that if they saw a few police coming through there, the motorized vehicles would stop. And it's just that policing action. And I mean, yeah, it might cost us $12,000 to $20,000 for a couple of really nice e-bikes decked out, but I mean, would that help your police officer's mentality, mental wellness?
You just increased his ask by at least 2 officers, because you're going to pull them, all those officers away from traffic and calls.
I mean, I'm all for patrolling and doing that thing, but I think we need a Sabbath act. It's going to be really hard to haul a prisoner on the back.
Yeah.
You're not out.
They're not arresting them. They're talking to.
Trust me, some of the people that camp up there will be arrested.
No, and you know what? You know, that's where the zip ties come into hand. You know, look, there's a nice pine tree right here. You put their arms on either side of the zip tie there, and then you call for the backup, and we'll get you the side by side if it becomes worse than You know what I'm saying? But
there's just a little more involved than that.
And we started talking about the dog park, and I'm going to the parks. Hollow Park was the worst, and I'm like, you do realize you're not supposed to have dogs in here, right? And the lady's like, oh, we're not. I'm like, no, you guys don't want a dog park here, but yet you break the laws to bring your dogs into this park. And she's like, oh, well, I didn't understand that. But you know, you start this policing action, and you say, hey, you know, you're not supposed to have dogs in here, can you? You get them out, and they start to see repeat offenders and things. I'm not out to gather the revenue, but and you're talking about the extra ask, you know, and I understand that, but at the same time, it might be something they fight for, you know. Just
Dave, one last thing, Brent, if you're done. But just speaking of the vest and stuff, the jackets that we ordered a long time ago should be. I think they're shipping this next week. And then I ordered more vests. They're not Nike, but another vest. They'll be right now. They moved to March.
Okay.
So we should have some jackets for the employees and council within a week or two, and then the vests, maybe we'll hit them for a spring vest thing. So
can we do like an apparel store in the city office buildings? These hats and stuff.
Website we ought to be able to.
Yeah.
The
That's fine.
The mayor actually brought that up because, like Payson Market said, they would
They
sell our
would
hats,
sell
they would
it and just give us the money. They wouldn't take any, you know.
Well, I noticed that they, like, Southgate would be another one that maybe, but they had some stickers there that said Payson, you know, right there on their cash register. The first day they went up there, I saw the stickers, my wife bought one. The next day they were gone.
I went to ENT's office over in American Fork because I couldn't get into the one here until the 24th of this month. And then they saw my hat and they said, where can we buy that hat? And so people would like to buy them, and it's been some time ago that I talked to Payson Market, but they'd let us sell them. And we can get others to do that.
And I don't even care if we gave them
Go back to Fort Bay. I think we ought to annex Fort Bay into the city. So
and I'm not against that either. I'm just saying, you know, when you said, hey,
and we'll get to your goals and we'll write them all down as we get it.
Yeah, you know what? Even if it was an hour a week, you know, just so that they see it.
So we start getting in there and
yes.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to watch it. You know, I mean, when I was a kid, you'd go snowmobiling. You knew that you didn't take an unlicensed snowmobile up Payson Canyon because they'd get you.
just send a drone up there once a week. Zip around with the drone.
Jason, do you want to
maybe,
present
you know, just
anything?
so people know, hey, that zone's, you got that drone's like, yeah, you know.
No.
Legal goes with every department.
Huh?
You need more employees.
The only thing I will say is, and this isn't immediate, but my secretary spends now almost the entire portion of her Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. We have court on 3 days a week. And so she has to create and help with calendars. We have a system that is still being worked on to try to help with that, but at some point we would like her to be a full-time legal secretary and break off and maybe hire a part-time secretary to help with the other administrative matters. But that's not immediate.
Okay.
Hey Dave, can I make one comment on the golf course?
Yeah.
The RV park has lessened our load, making it nicer. We don't get as many vagrants and that type of thing, so I think that was a great investment.
However, I did get bit by a dog up there, right, Dave?
Yes, he did.
Tell Dave to put a leash on it.
See, our e-bikes could patrol the golf course too.
We patrol a golf course.
So we went a little over time, but let me just map out the rest. So I want an hour and a half, which is coming up. I want an hour and a half just to let the council go over some of their goals and priorities, which some of you have already said through what we've done. But there's a few things just to talk for a little bit on, and we don't need to get in detailed discussion, but in several council meetings, and it was alluded to a little bit with Dale Herbert, pushing for the fire, but we've heard the library come in and ask for a building, the fire building, a new city building maybe. So I just want to have a few minute discussion on how serious is the council as a body to do that. Because if it is, we need to maybe focus on where would be a location. We probably need to hire Zion's Public Finance or something to do some feasibility, or we might need to do some initial engineering to say, here's the engineer's estimate to do a city building / library or fire. Scott put it in his maybe appropriate money to do a study on putting a new fire facility. But we get these coming into council meeting, but I kind of want to know the council as a whole. What's your thoughts? I mean, is that something we're going to talk about every year, or do you want to get serious? Because there has to be a PR movement on that to sell it to the public. We can't just say, hey, we want a new city building, you guys good? It'll be voted down every time. But if we do our homework and say, we're really going to focus on a new city building / library, and here's a rendering, and here's some design, here's the estimated cost of $10 million, then we need to do some PR work to say, okay, Lions Club, Kiwanis Club, Cultus Club, whatever, because we got to sell it. We got to sell it to the public, or it's not going to get funded. So, can we spend a few minutes and get your thoughts on that, Mayor and Council, on what do you want to focus on? You said something. Maybe the library is not the priority. Is the fire / police, or is it? Do we try to do a city building and put the library in it, or combine the fire and public safety of police and fire? Anyway, I just want to get a few minutes to talk about that and see kind of what direction you'd like to see us move forward in.
I think we have been discussing what our kind of goals are and what's going time. But
right.
So, just right here, as we're talking about MTech, okay, well, we're number one priority. I don't see that very well in Payson City. I would love to see the wish list go down 10,000 spaces, and I know that's a lot of work for our financial department. But then we can go down and say, all right, this is where our budget meets. We draw the line right here. Do we want to pick up these other items that are down below? And I know sometimes that looks bad. Everybody goes, I can't believe we had to raise our taxes to put in a sound system into the city office building. We didn't. We raised the taxes to pay for the police officers, but it made it above the line, or whatever it might be. So our new fire station would be listed there, and the things would be down through the list. Our essentials would be there, and then we can say, all right, we're willing to raise the taxes to get this bar down to where we need it to be. Or we're going to throw this out to bond, a general election, whatever it might be, as far as prioritizing where we're at. And we could do a straw poll of 6 of us, and we could rank those in order and have you input and see if that's the same as what you want, as far as where we go. Fire station, I say we build the fire station on the south end of town and make that our first, leave the other one behind, make that one more facilitating, and then as the time comes a few years down the road, we'll rebuild the one that's there, because I don't know how you tear down a fire station without making yourself vulnerable. So that was my ramble.
The property you're talking about?
It's right down the corner of the
Where they had the tax plan.
Okay.
Yeah, we have some property donated down where the Salisbury development is that could be for a new fire station.
Fire station, we talked about doing a bike park there.
Yep.
I have a couple thoughts also. I'm in favor of funding all of them. But the fact of the matter is we're staring at a $55
$5 million
Exactly.
sewer plant upgrade. We're staring at needs of the way we are constantly, or the way we are presently constituted. Everyone that stood up today needs additional staff because we've added additional citizens. I don't see the revenue coming in to meet the additional citizens coming in. And so I wrote 3 things down today that I wanted to address. And the very number one is all of our communities to the north have generated a tax base off new industrial and new businesses. I mean, I would love to have a tenth of what Spanish Fork City's tax base is right now. Staggers me of where my son-in-law's mother works in the office there. And it is unreal of what those strip malls and that bring in, where the new Walmart net is in Spanish Fork. In other words, I'm saying my goal is to get economic development up and running and set goals with our economic development department or people.
Or create.
And create one, exactly, Brett. I'm not so in favor of it falling under development services, in the sense that Robert's got his plate clear full now as it is. Economic development, I always felt like should stand on its own. Should be its own department. Should be its own goal-oriented. What have you? Hold on, Bob.
Do you guys need anything, drinks or anything?
Do you have Mexican Coke? I just thought I would ask.
Would anybody like a drink?
I'd love a drink.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break and you can kind of help? She can help get a
I
drink.
have a pop machine and everything. If you guys want to take a break and go get whatever you want to drink, or
Why don't we do that for 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
sorry to interrupt. I just
No, that's a good
Melanie,
time.
I was up on my perch.
That's why we knocked you off.
I kind of knew that, so I thought I'm gonna come in there and call
He
him.
says, oh,
She heard you, Bob.
Bob's being long-winded today now. He was here last week being the same thing.
Anyway, help yourselves to whatever. I mean, I've got a pop machine, I've got a juice machine, there's a restroom down below.
West, yeah. No, not west, wind.
Wait, yeah.
Oh, Bob's
1 minute.
relinquishing his role as this
Oh,
week.
this is good that they put all this ready.
They knew who would eat it. Sorry, Travis.
So
That wasn't a fat joke.
we have lunch coming in at 12. With their hospitality, we should have had them do it. I didn't know they did all this, but they were very kind to do breakfast. And,
I haven't eaten this much in about
I know. I usually don't eat breakfast.
I didn't see when I looked on my.
Anyway, we'll have lunch brought in at noon, so we can still keep talking during lunch till about 12, until we're done. But time is going fast, but it's good. It's been good discussion, and we'll go through. We'll let each council member talk about some of their goals and thoughts, like Bob is going to start, and then we'll follow up with a few things.
Did we want to finish going through the
I can go till 5.
city center and before we go through that?
No, I gotta.
Well, I thought we were going to do that, but he went off that focus.
Cool, that'd be fun.
I know.
I mean, yeah, we can keep talking about a facility if we want to focus on that.
Talk about facilities, right? Then all we- Or we want to include that in, or
I guess-
whatever you want, Dave.
Well, it's been brought up enough, different facilities. I kind of wanted the group to say, yeah, we want to focus on this one, because it's going to take a little doing, whether we could even do it for this election year to have a GO bond, but we need to get everything ready to say, here's what we're going to present for a new city building / library or a new public safety building. We just have to do our homework and be
Is it
ready.
throwing any way to build an all-in-one building that can grow into what we need in the future?
I'll call you.
You know, like right now we have the city offices and the police station together. We're talking about putting the library in.
Do I need to grab?
And we also have revenue. I mean, the building we have is garbage. I mean, even the ground underneath is worth enough to tear it down and build houses on. So I wouldn't think we'd build it there. So we need to Just different things like that. But if you put the library and the city offices together, and in 15 years we built the library their own building and overtook that as the city office needs grow.
And just going back to the city center, so I have some thoughts about it. One is I still think that we need to worry about our infrastructure, but I think that's something that we could take to the taxpayers if we present it correctly and let them make the decision, but we have to put something together. We have to put the effort into doing that. And I think we can put something really good together. I think we ought to combine as much as we can in one building. It just makes more sense economically. But then also you have to think about, we talked about a rec center forever, and that's not even being talked about. So we can even see what citizens want a rec center versus a city office, new library, and that. But here's my thought about a city center and library and that. I think if we could do it, it ought to be in the downtown area to just make that downtown grow. What I would look at is replacing the fire station and putting a city center there, and maybe if we get ACE to move, then we'd have a pretty big block. They're building a 69-floor building on 69 acres in Salt Lake. Well, it doesn't take that much area to build that big building. Put it in that area, or we could do it up by the park, take some of those, we got that library square, we could take out some of those other bits, but someplace in the downtown area to just help the downtown area. I think it helps sell the whole project, and then having the library on the main floor that people can use. But I think we could put something together to sell it, but I'd really like to sell it in the downtown area because that's going to help the whole city.
And I think that would be, the east side of the west side of that block on the east side of Main Street there from 200 South to 100 South, where we already own the corner, and we should expand down to the other corner and build a library and a couple of stories there that could house the library and the city center.
You do a 4-story building.
Yep, absolutely. Whatever.
Go up and
we wouldn't necessarily need the Main Street. We could have that one side of the block and tie downtown to the Memorial Park.
Yeah. So anyway, I think it's important to do downtown, but I think we ought to start looking at it and making some plans, and then get it and do a sales thing, and then go out to the public and let them decide. We can't decide for them. If they say no, we come back with a different plan. But we're making a decision for the public if we don't get something out to them.
Maybe we should have bought Main Street Church and put the city offices right there. It'd be a great location for them. I think we were blindsided by the fact the building was still sitting there. Now that it's gone, there's a lot you could do with it.
Where's that at now?
The Main Street Church.
Main Street Church.
That would have been a good place for.
Still a good place. It's still a vacant lot. Somebody can make money on it, I guess.
But then I'm not thinking where you're at.
That's the old third one.
Oh, the
a little
third
bit too
one.
congested to get in and out very well because of all the traffic
Yeah, but
there.
then you-
Up farther, it's not as congested.
So right.
I think it's sometimes, if you guys are thinking about this in the downtown area, you need to start thinking of a parking structure underneath it.
Yes.
Or
That's
part
a
of it.
no-brainer.
Well, you could put a parking structure where those 3 rentals are, right behind our existing one, right next to the gym. You could put a parking structure right there. And
You could put it under the new city
all
office
rentals.
building too.
Before Melanie knocked me off my perch, I'm trying to climb
Not
back
you,
up on
Melanie.
it now.
Not this Melanie.
No. Cook Melanie. I like I say, I feel like we need it. Some days, I feel like we're got our fingers in the dam and we're out of toast. Other days, I feel like, you know what, we've got a little bit of room, we've got a little breath. We need to get to that feeling like, the $55 million, we've got a way to finance that. We're gonna ask the citizens, we're gonna increase your sewer rates $10 or $20 a month, which is cheaper than a lot of communities, but it's still the fact that we're raising it.
Right.
And then we go to them with, so if we're gonna do this, whoever said, Brian, I think he said, my thought was specifically, if we're going to do this, we need to go to other cities and see what's the best combination. You're not going to put all of your city services in one city building, but what combination works? The city offices, does it make sense to have the public library part of that? Does it make sense to have the police station as part of that? What works so that we're not reinventing the wheel and saying, oh, that was a disaster. We chose to put this and this together. I still favor, in all honesty, I still favor raising the old hospital where we're at right now, putting a parking structure in and putting the city center and the library there. But
right where we're at?
Right where we're at.
How do you facilitate life without it, though?
I think you build the new facility where all the lawn is on the west.
Yep.
And when it's just done, you take the other down and make the parking where the current building.
Or a parking structure. You know, I just see they're not making any more land in these tight little knit towns. And I think to have a parking structure in the downtown area, there's the cutest little town. I've been trying to think of the name of it for 2 days. And when the senior moment goes away, then I'll think of it. But there's a cute little town, and they put a parking structure in because they had a little downtown just like we do. And on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays, they close the streets on that. The restaurateurs bring their seats, their tables and that out in the middle of the street. Now, they're in a warmer climate than we are, and so 8 or 9 months out of the year we could do this. But that parking structure is clear full at $1. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's $1 to use, and it's clear full on those weeks.
Well, that's perfect to put the parking structure and put the city offices right there in downtown, like Brian's saying. Then you fill it up. You could do it all.
Like I say, you've got 3 rentals there on 100 South that go out to the highway, and we've already got a stop. We've already got a parking lot there. You could incorporate that into a parking structure right downtown. It would serve to, when we get the theater up and running, that's a good parking area for that.
What are the 3 rentals?
Where are you talking there?
Right behind.
That's a good one.
Right behind where the Quarry building, that parking lot there, and then those 3 houses.
Across from Crouches.
Yeah, across from Crouches.
Oh,
all 3 rentals.
Okay. Did you know they sold Crouches?
And
they sold
easily accessible, and it's right downtown.
The big challenge with that one is, I don't think they can take down that telephone building right there. I think that's the main hub.
Right, that is, and there's a lot of cable that goes through that. I totally understand that.
To the north of it, you should, some caves underneath there.
Yeah.
The Mount, what's it called? Mountain Bell? What's it called?
Well, you would just have to go Retreat. You could start there, run up and build up.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah,
We just
most of them aren't below ground anymore.
No. But,
So,
you know,
I have one question, and this is a question, not a comment. This is really a question. Is downtown going to be, I mean, it's always going to be downtown, but is that going to be central in 50 years?
I think we want it to be.
That's what I'm asking. Is that where you want it to be? You know how, in Europe they do a town center, and then they grow equally throughout, And that's just a question. I don't know our growth boundary. I don't know how we're going to grow or where we're going to walk.
In 50 years from now, we'd be crazy to believe that downtown will be the only, but
Yeah.
it will be the place that we vision citizenry to come and to get the sense of what we've tried to maintain and preserve.
Right.
Be
the emotional
50
area.
years from now, I see 1400 being an off-ramp and being business out there, us sharing the revenues with Santa Clara City, whatever. But I think each town still has that central that gives ownership to the community, and I do vision the downtown area of being that. And if we do things to enhance that and preserve that, it's my feeling that it will always be that way.
Right. Well, with what we're doing with the food hall and making it a destination, and also with the eventuality of, it's starting to come together of a art center there. It may not be the driving force economically, the only one. I mean, there'll be some ancillary ones that develop away from there, but it could be the emotional
center of the city,
Sure.
connecting it
And I
to
guess-
our Memorial
I think
Park.
it'd be a lot like.
I guess my question though was more like not like, it has nothing to do with downtown. It's if Brad or the ambulance is there, is that gonna be central to a good spot for them to,
No.
you know, or people getting to the city center and getting out? More like, you know, arteries and you know, how you get to, is that gonna be in the center of our town?
As we go out.
Yeah, as we grow, which way we're growing, yeah. That one is just a question, not a comment, just something to think
The way I
about.
look at it, it's not gonna be where our main commercial center is. Like, main commercial center is gonna be up on New Interchange, the South Interchange. But this is gonna be our cultural,
Yeah,
part of the
center.
city center, so it's not gonna have to have all the traffic flow to it. It's just gonna be there for the ambiance of the city. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
I
our
get
art
that
center.
part, yeah.
It'll be like Draper. Draper kind of built theirs in the old part of town.
Right.
And it's
Yep.
they just tore down the whole block and moved that. So.
And maybe the fire station will have to eventually be moved. It may do, but for now, I think it's centrally located, and that's if we have one on the south. But as we go to the north, then it may, north and east, we need to have a place out there.
I'm in favor of prioritizing, putting it out to the citizenry and saying, here's the list, put them in order of priority.
Yeah.
But I
don't think we can give them too big of a list, because then we get too many.
But I do think the library and the fire station, in my estimation, is the things that the citizens need, that they want. I hope I'm right with the library. I hope that the digital area doesn't continue to progress to where books are just become obsolete. I mean, I know my World Encyclopedia, I can't give them away. All 28 volumes that I
You know, I've always thought that. They say libraries are busier than ever. Is there any truth?
Libraries aren't busy.
But do you think a lot of them go there to use the computers too?
Yes. They're not a revenue
Who don't have
producer.
computers.
They're not anything except a convenience for the citizenry.
But I think they're important for society.
They are.
You know. So is the corner there by Napa big enough? We could put the fire station right there and move it just out of that block. Put the city offices, you know, or something. I'm just thinking outside the box.
Oh, does that
Across the Lions?
Across from Zion's.
Not big enough.
Probably not big enough.
You have to take the house down behind it.
I think we probably need to go a little bit north anyway, because we're moving north, if we already have something on the north everywhere. We'd probably be better to have a little bit farther north, because we have something on the south.
I like the idea of building the new one out south. I'm giving the one downtown time to age out Ace Hardware and then come up with a plan and because that is a great location for going this way.
Well, and you know, it would give us some time if we put one to the south and then do maybe not a major overall, but do something to give it some more time, and then as we go to the north, maybe that goes away and then do one to the north, 20 years from now. 15
That's
years from now.
fire station.
Yeah, the fire station.
But what about the city office and the library?
I think we stay on the property that we're on. We've got the property, we've got it's in a great location.
That
Hopefully,
building is
hopefully
old.
city centers become more of council staff use, where citizens do so much of it online anymore that it's not, the stand in line and pay your city bill or whatever anymore. You drive up to a convenience box, you drop it off. It becomes a city center of today in the digital age. Is that the way we're going, guys?
Teresa, any thoughts?
Well, I was kind of not in the room when the question was asked. Ask the question again. Well, what do I think is important?
Well, so I think we're still talking about building a city center library.
I think we already know where we're going to put the next fire station.
Is that the one down south down there where we planned on it, right?
Dave, if you want to put one more item on my wish list.
Yeah, this is just for building.
Okay, for building.
Yeah, we'll get on all the other.
Okay.
Well, so I've heard a couple doing downtown, city building library, one just staying at the current location. Is the city center slash library, is that kind of the focus? Or is the fire station the focus?
Which is the most important? I mean, seriously, what do we need the
Well, the short
most?
term, I think fire station, we
Fire
need to make
station.
sure we cover our citizens in the quickest time that we can, and we'd be amiss if we didn't, because we are going south. But I think the library slash, especially library, and maybe the city center would be a close second or third.
Mm-hmm.
But
I just get tired of putting money into the city center. I've been on council for 4 years, and we've put $1 million into that building to keep it function, keep it afloat, and I'm done. That's my problem.
But now it's 3 times the amount to build another one.
You're right. Well, it's also going to cost us $450,000 to put air conditioning in.
Yeah, we're talking about $5 million just to get air for the staff to be able to breathe in there this year.
And that might be the necessary thing we do, just.
We've got to do it to
unless
get
we're
by.
two evils.
But at the same time, where we're going to be now this and the development services needs a new air conditioner. There's another $250,000, and the gym needs a new floor, and the kitchen's outdated, and
I guess the way I look at it, Dave, is that we can make a decision to put it to the public. We can make a decision to come up with plans, and here's the cost, and put it to the public. We aren't going to make that decision whether to build it or not. The citizens are going to make a decision if they want to raise their taxes to build it. They make the final decision. We just have to prepare to get there, and that's what I'd like to do, is prepare to get there.
Yep, I agree.
Are there any grants for that kind of stuff?
Maybe for a library.
There might be.
For the
Oh.
fire station, we can. But for the city center, we're pretty well on our own.
But for the library, maybe too?
Maybe for the library.
Maybe for the library.
Maybe we need to check that out too. I think the fire station, because it
There
goes
again, I
straight
think
out.
you got to prioritize.
It goes straight out.
I mean, you can't put the priority though to the citizens of, do you want a new rec center, or do you want a new fire station?
They're going to say rec center.
We're losing on that every time.
I think we can do surveys, but I think if the priority is a fire station, we can do the design work and get the engineering, whatever, and get some estimated costs, and then then we have to put it out for a general obligation bond to pay for it. And you're right, Brian. In the end, it's okay. Are you going to vote for this public safety fire station, and it's going to cost this much? Are you willing to raise your taxes? But I think that's where you got to give them that choice to vote yay or nay. But I think if you put something out there, well, do you want to go to the city center, or do you want to go downtown? Do you want a library?
We can make those decisions.
We've got to make those decisions.
Totally agree.
But even with a new fire station, they're all going to say, we already have one, why do we need a new one?
Well,
they're going to say that. I mean,
the one we have doesn't facilitate the fire trucks that we now need.
I realize that.
But
But they don't understand that either.
Well,
that's where the PR work comes on. 'Cause we got to be able to show
the education part. That Brian's
we're the oldest fire station in the county, where it doesn't house all of our. You sell it to the public, and then let them vote. If they vote it down, then Pleasant Grove went 4 times, I think 3 times before they got their public safety building approved, because it kept getting voted down.
It's the response time that's, fire doubles in size every couple minutes or less.
I know Scott said in the past, and he's not here, but Scott says in the past that it's more critical to do the one downtown first, because that's where the response times are. But I guess we still have that working, and we lit by how we get that one built. Robert, you had a comment.
I was just going to jump in and say, I just came from Provo, where they did this exact same thing, considering a new building, and that was for $69 million, and it came down to 100 votes in a city of 120,000 people. It came down to 100 votes, and the reason those 100 votes were in favor was because Provo sold it as the fact of you had a facility for our first responders that in the event of a catastrophic emergency would have been the first to go. So that was a huge selling point to the residents. And the fact that the city building was also lumped together because they bonded for a new city building that included the police station and the fire administration and an accessory, like an ancillary fire station in the same lot. So it was a case of this is an opportunity to get an updated facility for the city administration as well, because we were all in the same aging building. But the reason that the residents went for it was just because of that fact that in the case of an earthquake, your first responders are out of commission.
And just we got brand new, rebuilt fire station up on the northeast side of town.
That's right.
Was that included?
That was included. In
Dave, I think if we, as we look at the fire station out there to the south of town, I think we ought to consider putting a precinct or a satellite, whatever.
Police station.
Police station.
What is across? Who owns the piece to the north across the street?
Of the property we own?
Across the highway?
No, just
to the north.
So that's privately owned. So there's a house there. Oh, or where are you talking?
That Carter's?
No, so we have where the bench plant was, right across the street. There's another empty field right there.
It's still being formed.
There's a house. There's farming.
You're talking 1900 south, right?
Yeah, on the north side of 1900.
That's just a private house.
Maybe if you're going to try to do that, I don't think there's enough land where we own to build both.
No, not there, I don't think.
Well, there's a vacant lot behind that to the east that's not been developed.
Well, that's a park, isn't it?
Plus, Plus we got to have room for a doggy park.
You know what? I've sold Whitehorse. They have the perfect location for a doggy park over in the Spring Creek. They have a big open. There's 50 acres worth of parks. There's got a stack of townhouses, and I said, "This is where you sell it. You put the dog park there, so you get your density you want right here in your townhouses, and we go for it." And they're like, "Well, we might as well do that over anything else." So whether or not Tyler continues on with that, I did sell the dog park.
I recommended that.
I didn't think they were still talking to us after we shut down the other night.
On the private roads.
No, they shut down on the zone change.
Yeah.
No, they came back after that.
I think what Robert says is it's all in the selling, coming up with the key point is to sell it, because with the park tax, we were told that'll never pass. I mean, it passed 63% to 37 because we went out and sold it and with the benefit. So we just do the same thing with this.
Well, we can sell it because that is the oldest fire station in the county, maybe not in the state, but definitely in the county. And we get an earthquake, that's gone. And that could be one of the other justifications for building to the south and the
redundancy
too.
Redundancy is a great.
We're going to keep our big trucks there, keep the little trucks downtown. You can get out, you can respond to a car accident really quick, you can get to a small house fire. You need the big trucks, we're going to pull the big trucks. It's Marcus and Carmen Williams, by the way.
Well, I would keep a ladder truck down there because you got
property.
You wouldn't be able to put all the small ones there.
That's the one that he was asking about.
If an earthquake quit, your ladder truck wouldn't be functional.
Well, hey, Mayor, or Council, I guess, if we go out on a bond of that, do we handcuff ourselves from never being able to build a new city facility?
Well, I think you put, like Robert said, put it all together.
Put it all on the same.
Lump it into one, but like they were saying, up north it took 3 votes before it was finally passed. And it doesn't.
Well, you take a look at Spanish Fork, they had it voted down, they're still going to do it. I mean, they wanted a new library, and they said no, and now they're building that right next to their
structures up.
Yeah, and the citizens said no.
So they're doing it anyway.
But they have the money.
That actually, part of the problem with that is there was a certain group of people that came in and wanted a rec center. They came in, asked for the rec center, information was put out, but rec centers are hard in the sense of not everybody really wants them to raise taxes for. They're not going to use it, they don't care. So when it got put out, that was the problem. The city tried to throw in things like new library, new city office building. It was up there, I can't even remember the number, but it was way up there. Eventually it got voted down, and mostly because of the rec center issue. The library actually got, they used, interesting, just as I was coming over here, they were using a, it wasn't a bond, well it was a bond, but it was through RDA funds. And so there was, and I can find out exactly how they did it, but that's how they funded the library. They ended up, because prior to that, they had bought quite a few of the houses on the block, and eventually they were in the, if you remember, there was a church there. And they eventually got the church, and then once they got the church, then it was a matter of, they could demo it themselves. They demoed it, and then they just started building it off this RDA bond thing.
Well, go ahead.
Tell us one thing. If you're probably looking at priority to help get this done, the library's going to get the most. Everybody's going to be behind the library more. Probably the fire station second. Then if you're doing downtown, because downtown, the city center is going to be the last thing, because they don't care. People don't care that much about the city center. But if you put all these things together, then those things help get everything at the bottom done. So I think we put one big package and sell the great points of it, the library, the fire station, and then we might go get the whole package.
And I think the economy of scale of doing it together is also important to do now.
One of the, and I agree with you, and I would only say I think the fire building would be a higher priority than the library. Yeah, the public safety.
Well, I'm just talking about what the public would.
That's what I'm saying. I think the public safety, the citizens approve. I mean, the Pleasant Grove one, they tried to put a city center in with the fire, and they finally had to take it out before they get it passed. I think public safety, fire and police will get more support, I think, than even the library. But my concern of doing fire, library, city, you're going to have a huge building like Provo. Where are you going to put that downtown?
How do you do
the whole package?
Can you stack it up on the block that we're on? Can you put parking structure, fire department on the main floor, put whatever on the second floor, and go up 4 stories and put administration?
Where we're currently at?
Yeah.
So you start at the one end and then just knock down the old building and continue?
Yeah, you'd start and get occupied, that the people that are in the existing office, and then do your fire station and do your public safety.
So move the fire down to 4th south or
4th west.
4th west.
Well, you have the whole block.
Right.
I still think the downtown's going to be a big selling point for a city.
But where do you go find
where do you put that?
You go up and you don't put a fire station there. You put the fire station down on the south end. You don't put a fire station, So you could where the library square is. If you buy some of those buildings across there, you can go up. I mean, like I said, they put a 60. On 0.69 acres, they're doing something in downtown Salt Lake, a 60-story building on 0.69 acres. So it doesn't take a lot of land. I mean, we aren't going to go up that high, but it doesn't.
Has anyone done any square footage on this, Bob? Have you? Like on what you need square footage wise?
No, I sure could.
That's what you need to do. I mean, and keep in mind, half of the city center is unusable right now, so it's not going to be that big. I mean, we have so much unused space.
It's not very functional.
Yeah,
city offices are just totally.
Yeah, no one's good.
But going to some of those offices are huge because they're a hospital footage.
Right.
I mean, look at our city manager's office, all polished, his own bathroom, it's huge.
Let me just follow up with Ryan though. So you're saying put it all in one bond, but put the fire department out there, because then you do away with your economies of scale. So that's how Provo got it, but it's all in the same building, isn't it?
Yep. Except the ancillary fire station. The fire station was on Canyon Road.
They don't store trucks there at the new building, do they?
You have trucks in the downtown.
But they did the fire station in another spot
Right,
for the trucks. So they have 2 spots.
Oh, okay.
They don't have their.
But
fire
there
office
is
there.
some economy.
Is there no trucks? I thought those trucks.
In the old building there is.
That's the one on Center Street.
Well,
Yeah, there's a not a lab size.
Right.
Just regular.
So we don't know what's going to happen with Utah Avenue.
No.
Because the main fire
It's not our whole building. That'd be really nice. We get Utah to buy the old one. It's got to have somebody pay us to tear it down.
So if you go downtown, you have the Library Square. You'd have to buy the Jones property to the east, wouldn't you?
You have to buy some property someplace.
You'd have to go to the east.
So if you didn't go to the east, you have to go north of that house there, and then Jolly Joe's place. And then you could go
What
on
is in
top
Jolly
or
Joe's
higher
place?
if you needed more space.
I drove by, it looked like a clothing store.
What is in Jolly Joe's?
Some kind of a manufacturer.
I'm not sure if
Dave?
depends on the week.
Dave.
I've got the guy, Dave.
I don't know that we need to squabble over where it goes right now. I think if we got the money, we would figure that out.
Well, I think you have to have a plan.
You have to have a plan drawn up in the location, so we.
So you know what kind of money you're going to have.
Well, that's the engineers department. Are we willing to put it on a ballot and decide for what buildings?
You have to put on the ballot, you have to have the plan, the cost breakdown, you have to have where
Right,
to go.
right.
all that.
But we need to decide if we're willing to put it on a ballot first, and then let's get somebody to do it and come back to us with pictures and drawings and storm, drive around and see, check land sizes.
We
That's just where
would,
I
we would
think
need
we're
to appropriate some funds to do get the plan ready. And I don't know if it'd be able to go on the ballot this time, but if we got the concept engineering, the cost estimates, the square footage, what we're planning on doing, some concept drawings, then we could plan to put that on the ballot the next time and use maybe next spring or summer the PR work to go out and sell it to the citizens. And so, but yeah, we kind of would need to.
We need some sort of study.
We'd have to have some sort of location so we could focus on it.
I'm all in favor of putting that in the budget to make plans and find a place to put it.
Yep, that's where I think we're at right now.
Yeah, and I think make sure we have the right kind of thought that goes into it. That study will show it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you have a council that doesn't care if they ever get voted back in.
High
So
rise or
now's a
low.
good time to do it.
Business.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter. But citizens are going to eventually pay. We aren't going to raise our taxes without them voting on it. So you aren't going to get thrown out because they voted for it.
Yeah, that's good thought process, but that's not how it's going Because you're only 100 votes out. All you got to do is irritate the wrong person. You lost. You know that.
Well, and looking at our citizenry, attendance at our council meetings,
Yeah, they won't
we
even
don't
know
have
what's
very
going on.
many citizens. They like to talk more than they like to get involved.
But that's repeated in Provo too. I'm sure there's not that many that go to Provo.
And let's be honest here, we need to cater to those that are 55 and older, because those are the ones that really vote.
Yeah, and they don't like their taxes raised.
But they do like to be safe.
Yeah.
Yes,
They do.
they do. They want to know that when they fall down and that life alert sends the ambulance, it's going to come. And I think the earthquake is a good sell on that fire station because that
Well, but it's
rickety
the
building
whole-
is probably
the
not.
whole I mean, the
City center.
it's all.
Yeah, well, that's different than your fire station not working. You know.
You don't want your police
Our
station
city
to
center
work.
is supposed to be here if in an emergency. That's supposed to be where we have our operations.
I know it's gone.
What if we created like an RFQ, like a request for qualifications, that we basically came up with everything that we'd like to see as far as buildings and infrastructure, and see what they could, send it out and get some responses to say, this is how we could accommodate you either downtown or on our existing site, because our existing site has value, and even if we moved from that site, we could sell that and recoup some costs or things like that, right? I mean, I would say let's send it out there and see what different firms come back with to meet our needs, and then we would make an actual RFI or an RFP that says this is what we want.
I think this is what. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, RFQ generally is qualification
Right.
or something like that. So I would suggest an RFP. Come back, show us what you got. Show us what you're suggesting.
Well, RFP, I mean, there's probably going to be a contract attached to that, right?
Well, there is.
I think what we need to find out is what do we want in a city center and a library to find out how big we need it, and then we have to see what areas we've got that can conform to that.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't want to necessarily put something on a piece of property that's not going to do the job. So we need to find out what, like to what Bob says, what do we actually need in the city center, and do we want to attach it to a library, and then we can decide where the best place to fit that would be to. Don't try to put a square peg in a round hole, you know, just because we got the property or a thought.
I know Santa Quinn has plans drawn up for their library. Spanish Force got their city building. We've got cities that have gone through the process, and we could look at maybe some of their contractors, developers, architects, and see what could be done. Okay. Well, for a few minutes, we'll get back to Bob. Bob, climb back up on your soapbox.
I'm done.
And then I put economic development on one note, but let's just let each of you have a chance to say any other thing that you may want to look at or consider a priority or a goal or something. And then I think during lunch I'll just show a few slides on the ARPA funds and stuff, just to give you guys an update on what we're looking at spending that money on, and we can have some discussion on that too. So I don't know, Bob, if you want to get back up and start.
Yeah, since you got me up there first. As we attended League of Cities Legislature Day, I felt bad that we didn't have student council representation there.
And we have.
We have it last year.
We have it last year.
We've had it.
Dave can give you the history of why we don't have that there, but I do believe that it's something that, I mean, every month when we have the new employee or new student of the month and what have you, I always say these are tomorrow's leaders.
Mm-hmm.
We need to give those guys a platform that they can participate in, like we do, on their age, to bring interest and to get some experience at that. So I really think that some way, somehow, I know that budget constraints kind of caught us on that in a part-time situation versus a full-time. I'm just wondering if there's a citizen out there that would love to take this on. Dave, I'll leave that up to administration to figure out how we accommodate that. My thought was there would be somebody like an April Wilson or somebody that would just love to take this and run with it and bring us some city council, youth city council nominees, and that we could go through that process and get them back up and running. And then the only other thing I had on my list, and we've started down that road, is the beautification and the issues that we have in town.
Yeah, we're going to get a committee together based on the ordinance.
I think that is something that will help the council to the citizenry, let them know that we're trying to identify and trying to do something about it, even though we've got state laws and county health, board of health, and everything else that keeps slowing us down on this cleaning up neighborhoods or homes in neighborhoods. That Brad could help fight the battle.
Well, and
He's been there previous.
I know he's been there. I know he has been to the area in my neighborhood, but
well, in the area
as soon as he does something, they act like they're going to do something for a couple of days, and then it's right back.
I keep watching the shows, quarters, and I hear about how the city has told them that they have to have it cleaned by a certain amount of time or they will be moved, evacuated. I'd like an ordinance like that in our city.
Linda, I'm on board with you 100%. The one in my particular neighborhood, and I got a phone call while we were at Legislature Day the other day, and he was home. They're snowbirding right now, and they come home for a wedding, And he said he walked in the backyard and looked,
They were
and
in.
there was a woman defecating again, right there leaning
Well,
against the tree.
We've
You
got
know where
a,
I'm talking?
Was that period?
No, yeah.
we've got a lady up in my neighborhood that showers outside, defecates outside, everything. Her van is covered with food up on top. She is sleeping. I don't know how she sleeps in the van.
But these are just two that we know of. They're throughout the
Those
community.
Those are mental
Here's
issues.
the problem I have.
They are mental issues.
Is the
Absolutely.
one in my
They
neighborhood,
said that
she
she's
plays the
fine.
widow card. She says, the city's picking on me. Dora Edelson lives right here. Bob Prosgard lives right here. Well, guess what? Dora's gone silent because she says, you know what? I'm tired of bringing it up. It's
So on Bob's issue there, I just served a nuisance abatement on them about a month ago. They cleaned their act up for about 2 weeks. We turned her back, and I just had this conversation with Bruce, and because he was telling me he was out of town, I said, "I'll watch your house when you're gone." She turns around and they move right back in. So I go down there. I mean, Dave and I've been down there. We've offered city dumpsters for them. We sent them to court. I mean, Kim Bowers is in court again right now.
But does she go?
Yeah, she goes.
She goes.
Does she really?
She argues with the judge. Right now, she's.
But it's a battle we're going to fight with these people until I don't know if there's an end to it.
I'm anxious to get the committee together and at least make some progress on some of these. That one's not going to go away.
See, and the core problem to these are just, you said it, Teresa, is the mental health. And the mental health system is broken.
Which we've been down
Oh,
that road with
really
Kimmer.
But with Kimra, they
50
said
times.
she's fine.
They say she's fine.
Can I just shift the conversation? Because I feel like we're just picking on citizens right now, and maybe we need to move the city into the crosshairs. And I see a lot of problems that maybe are city problems, maybe aren't city problems. I don't know what it might be, but is there a way we can put on our website a link that says, hey, help us find our problems, report a problem, something we'll do, put it on Facebook so that they can go through, and if you're riding your bike down the street and the sidewalk's uneven, you snap a picture of it, you submit it to there, and it's just to report that kind of stuff. Yeah.
The new website has one spot right on it that says report a problem.
Report a problem, so it's already there. So then we need to, I'll get on there and I'll find it, post a link, I'll put it on Facebook, something, try to get it out there. People aren't going to go to that to look for that. They just want to complain.
You can't miss it. Right
It's right on the front
big
page.
spot right on the bottom. You
Last
can't
time I
miss
tried
it.
to get on that website was in the transitional period. I don't get on there
We
very
didn't
often.
want Brett to know about that because then we'll
Yeah, I'm going to go through. But we need to be clear. Yeah, you know what?
No,
I'm anxious for the beautification committee to get up and let them function in their role and see what they come up with.
Yeah.
I think that's.
But what can you do? You can have a group, you can meet. Kimra won't let me within 20 feet of her house, of her yard, and you can call the cops and have poor Brad go up there again and visit with Kimra and issue her a citation, and she never comes to court. She's going to that court, and the mess is still there. I get so many calls each week from the neighbors, and it's not fair to them.
I think we let the beautification committee. I mean, 5 heads are better than one.
But what can they do?
I don't know.
Well,
There's nothing.
We don't have
What you can
anything
do
in
is
our
just refer to the
ordinances.
city, and then at least we know it's a problem. We're
Oh, my
aware.
man, you've known it's a problem.
I know, but at least with what Brett's talking about, there's a bigger picture out there too, and maybe we can make a difference in some of those, maybe not all of them, but at least we'll know. And
We work with Jason on ordinances to see if we can tweak our ordinances, things like that.
Enforce ordinances that are already there.
And maybe the gentleman that's going to review our ordinances can look at this one specifically and put some bite in your beautification.
So I just have something. So back in Missouri, in there's I just have a little house back there. You can't even have like boards or anything on your front porch. They fine you $100. They give you 30 days to make everything okay. then you get a ticket, you go to court, and it's a minimum of like $1,500. And if you don't take care of it, they go in and they just take your property. I mean, you just get so what I'm saying is they're doing it in other cities to keep it because there are lower income places where people would just let it go. But I agree with, like, this lady obviously has some mental health issues.
No, she doesn't.
Well,
Yeah,
no, she really does.
She does.
She does, because to live like that, she has to. And that's the problem, is you don't have the right people in there. That's a danger, not just to her, but what if kids came on her property and got hurt?
We have had some substantial wins. You know, they're on 300 south, and maybe about 650 east. There was a house there that we did get it toward that. It was a public hazard. We paid dearly for that. Had to go through the court process.
Yeah, there are some that either mental health or other things that are always going to be out there. But I think the beautification committee can do some good things for all the others.
Yep.
And I think we can do some good things.
How do I ask people to be on that committee, or do I advertise it in the Chronicle?
No, I'll get with you, because the ordinance that we passed has certain categories, and we can try to get a committee. I wanted to get the first committee meeting in January. Now we're running low, but we'll try to get it in January.
Okay.
That's all three I have on my list.
But Linda, you can maybe come down next week and we'll go over that. Come up with some
Well,
names.
I'm disgusted. I'm sorry.
I can understand that.
Because nothing gets done. I've got one wonderful gentleman that everybody knows has been a good citizen of Payson, both he and his wife and his family, that calls me at least once a week, and that's Blaine Montague. And he tells me he can't even stand to go outside because his house faces, he's up high, down below, the house down there. Their whole driveway and garage is just garbage.
Of hoarders.
And he wants to know why the city lets that go on.
Hoarding is a disease.
I don't know why.
It is, and obviously that's what this lady has. It is a mental illness. And we can get to that point.
No,
She's had a
Blaine
rich
Montague.
history of
He's the hoarder?
No, across the street.
Right on the corner. And she has no family?
Well, her mother had mental illness.
Brian?
You want me to go through my list?
You want to go? Or I wrote Brett down because you wrote the website. Brett, what other things would you like to bring up to discuss?
I don't know. You guys can get curb, gutter, and sidewalks on there. If I mention it every meeting, and maybe it will make me look good in the public eye, because we're definitely not moving forward with it.
Because I would say that first while.
Yeah, we could.
And he would.
Brad, if you want to look at PID, that'd be the place to look at PID, because you don't have to have contiguous properties. You can just get anybody that wants to be part of that PID.
Right, but here's my problem with the PID and curb, gutter, and sidewalk, because it's a building code now, and it's required, and coming back to Travis is you have to put in storm drain, and that's one thing to do it, but I can't go back to a house and tell them, hey, you know what, you ran all your wiring in 14 gauge, you got to change it to 12, that's the new code, so you got to tear it all out and do it, and it's exactly the same thing. And curb, gutter, and sidewalk, it affects the entire community. It's a community-wide thing. I don't think we can force it back onto the property owners that built to code at the time. Because even, you look at Saddlebrook, I mean, we couldn't go in there and put the curb, gutter, and sidewalk in on the other side of the street if we had to. So if we're going to do it, it's got to be done as a city to put it in there. And I think eventually it'll all fill in for the most part, but the $50,000 that we're given to Kent to solve this problem needs to change. I think it just needs to be larger, and we look at it, maybe start a grant program, who needs it, whatever. But I think there's old Phil that's going to have the problem. They're just not ever going to fill in if we don't step up. And so it's just a constant, I'm just talking to talk, and I don't know that there's really a solution for it, but I just want it on there. But a PID, I understand the PID, but
How about special
Well,
improvements?
that's
the same thing. It is.
You can incentivize, like, the city comes to a 50%, you get, that way you get people to sign up, because it's gonna increase the value of the property more than
Right.
they put in half.
But most people that are sitting there, my parents for one, don't want it. They go to their deathbed before they ever put it in. And you try to convince them it's going to improve the value of their property, so their taxes are going to go up. They're that 55 plus community age group, you know. So that's part of it. But
that's a good group.
It's getting bigger and bigger.
A lot of
It's
us
getting
are in
closer
that
and closer
group.
the older I get.
It's a good group, isn't it, Teresa?
Yes.
But anyway, I've kind of voiced myself throughout everything. I've never held back. But
all right, Linda.
Well, I'm with him as far as curb gutter and sidewalk. I think our city would look so much better. I've been concerned. The neighbor of mine, and I've mentioned this, that spent a lot of money and put in curb gutter and sidewalk, was charged $100 for something. He couldn't figure out why. I called Bill. I didn't know. Was told that he was actually told, and now they've come back since I mentioned it at council meeting. He was actually told that no, they don't put the road, they don't finish the road up to your sidewalk.
You don't do the tie.
You have to pay for that. That's so unfair.
well, I thought Kent had brought it to us and we voted it to get rid of
Right.
it, and he was going to change something with it and bring it back, and it never ever came back.
Well,
So I feel like we got.
they told him that he would have to pay for it. Well, the other day he's out sweeping. I said, David, what you doing? He said, well, I had somebody come up and they told me that the city will pay for that strip to be put in. So he was cleaning clear out to the road, and I said, well, then maybe because I was mouthy, they did something about it. But we've got to take care of our citizens. They're the most important ones. And if we don't listen to them, just like with Kimra, you know, Connie Windley that lives to the north from her on the same side of the street, she said, if I walk outside and see her bare naked, holding a bucket up over her head, pouring water, and it has to be cold because she doesn't have any way to heat it. She can't even go inside that trailer. There's no electricity, there's no heat, there's nothing. And then go out and see her squatting on a bucket. And you know where that bucket's going to go, where she's emptying it, in the bushes.
That's when they need to call the cops, because I'm pretty
Well,
sure both of those are illegal.
He has gone.
Yeah,
He has gone.
we'll go up and we'll charge her with lewdness or juices or whatever.
And she just pays it? Does she pay the
She
ticket?
drags it on in court for.
Well, for the witness part, that one's still pending at the moment.
Yeah.
She's arguing with the judge that she doesn't want to do the fingerprinting.
I mean,
That's where we're at.
since I've been here, Linda, I think
I know, you've
we
been up
charged
there.
her. I've called the health department. I've called Adult Protective Services. I've talked to her. I've talked to Matt, her son.
I've taken her to jail because of the sort of panic she's put down by my house.
Matt, her son, and I feel for him.
Yes.
He doesn't want anything to do with it. None of her siblings do. I've called her father down in St. George and talked to Frank, and he said, Linda, I can't do anything. I can't do anything.
So Linda, I spoke to Matt a few months ago in length about it. He is slowly trying to convince her to sign the property over, both properties.
The one down below.
To him. And that will give him some control, legal control, so we can help him push that through. That's kind of my plan right now, but it's not going very fast.
But when you get calls from neighbors that are just like with Bob, they're frantic. They don't want their kids to see it. They don't want their And here we are.
Yeah.
It goes on and on and on. That's all I've got to say.
Get with your committee, find some solutions.
What solution? You're just hearing it. You're
Well, I know,
hearing
but
it.
it's
Call the hoarder. Call the place on TV. If it gives you a number to call, they'll tell you what you need to do.
I know, but there's no ordinance.
But they'll tell you what you need to do, and then we can make the ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
So, well, and we got a problem with doing an ordinance. It's got to be legal. It's got to be able to be
Well, I know.
enforceable.
Well, obviously, the other cities would have, I mean, they would be doing it legally.
You know, back to this, we can create whatever orders we want, but if it's not enforceable, we can't do, and we're not getting any help from the state health department, we're not getting any help from anywhere else, so the ordinance would be useless.
Just so everybody knows, as of today, we do have a nuisance order.
Okay.
It is used. I mean, we've got a number of people that are charged with various things on the properties that aren't being cleaned up. The problem is the prior judge to the one that's currently in power felt like nuisance people were not that important, and he didn't care. We have yet to get a person into the new judge, but we are working on that. We do have a fill-in judge for any cases that were prior to Mr. Jewell coming in as the judge. She's the current judge over in Springville, and so she understands those issues. Like I said, with Kim, there's a big issue right now over fingerprinting. Kim's mind, she doesn't have to do it. BCI, Bureau of Criminal Identification, and the judge is telling her, no, we need these fingerprints. She's refusing to do it, and they are currently set for trial right now. Beyond that, the nuisance, currently the ordinance that we have is sufficient. It's enough to charge people, it's enough to go after them. The problem that you run into with these is they do take a lot of time. It's a lot of hand-holding, it's a lot of work. And I'm not saying it's impossible, because when I was in Spanish Fork, we did it all the time. We would hold hands, and I would get people to clean them up. Sometimes it took years though, and it's not fast enough for the residents sometimes living around them. And I understand the blight that goes on. Sometimes you just have to just deal with it until we can solve it. But we feel like we're in a position right now, we can at least get fines, we can get orders to have it cleaned up. Spanish Fork did have one circumstance where the judge ordered it, the city took out dumpsters and started cleaning it up. She started calling everybody in the name of the book. But it was not.
Well, and the same thing has happened with Kim. Her second, Brad and the whole crew went down, cleaned up that yard, and she moaned and groaned about a stump that she didn't want taken off the property. Because she remembered when she was young, she played on it.
Yeah. Well, we had the same thing with the property down by us. She was convinced people were taking her bricks and bringing back other bricks. That's a mental issue. And also the roses, they dug up the roses and brought back bad roses. And again, that's a mental issue.
It's a mental health issue.
Yes. But we can't get her deemed incompetent. That's the biggest problem.
No, she's competent enough to stand trial. So.
Yeah. I've lived by her for 50-something years. She grew up right next door to me.
And you know the issues her mother had too, then.
Yep. I lived with her too.
It's a tough situation. Teresa?
So I agree with Bob on the economic development. I just think that we need to get out there and start hustling for businesses. I mean, they're coming to all the other cities. Just not seeing them come here, the ones that we really need to get. I mean, I'm not saying I want to be Spanish Fork, because we won't be, but we've still got to get that tax base up. Yeah. And which means they're going to have to come in and bill, because most things already are taken up.
And I don't dispute that at all, but I know we do need, and I agree with you 100%, but Brian and I, we've been...
Well, but you're both busy.
I've devoted a hell of a lot of time
I
to
know
it, and I'm not saying that we don't need it, because we do, absolutely. But what I've been told time and time again is it's a timing issue. Your time's coming. You don't have, some of them will say you don't have enough root stocks, and we've tried to counteract that.
We do have, I've been dealing with Craig Erickson with Woodbury. He's looking at a company that's called Home Base instead of Home Depot.
But it's just like Home Depot.
Yes.
I'm surprised Home Depot doesn't want to come here.
Well,
because
and I don't know that we've given them everything that a director would give them. And I'm not saying a director is not needed, so don't misunderstand me, but we just got to convince them. Like Bob says, if we can get one big box to come,
the others will come.
and that's exactly what Barry's told me too. If we could get Smiths to commit, there's others that are waiting in the wings to come.
Bill got the Paris RV to come.
Yeah, I think we're forgetting all the things we have gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to
But
get...
we've got to get the stuff that people buy like daily and weekly. Like you go buy a trailer, that's awesome, but you're only going to buy it once every 5 or 7 years.
Well, that's people from houses.
I know, I understand that. But what I'm saying is we've got to get things here so people quit leaving Payson. They just keep leaving Payson.
And that's where the timing issue comes
And I think it is timing. I mean, Spanish Fork didn't get a sit-down restaurant at Olive Garden till they were 45,000 people.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get it tomorrow when we're 20. And so it is timing, but I think we've made some good progress.
What's happened with Dalton's?
They had an auction.
It's an auction sale.
They sell the just everything
Well, what
inside of the
happened is
building.
Mosey and Glenn were partners. Mosey, unbeknownst to Glenn, took out a couple of credit cards in Glenn's name and got him to $60,000 to $100,000. And so he's facing some serious criminal charges. So that all blew up, and that's why some of the equipment's being auctioned off.
To try and pay for him back.
Yeah, and of course they got other problems. They never paid Lanny anything for the business at all.
We need to convince the Dalton brothers
To come back. That's what I said too. I've been thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Sandy was after Dalton, but those two did a good job.
You'll never get her back into that. But we had a proposal for a guy that wanted to put a restaurant on the bottom and two stories above for apartments, mixed use. Problem is, it's not going to work there because there's no parking either.
Yeah.
And so anyhow, it's just a timing issue, and we're just right there.
But then you lose the building.
I really need to have some
Well, see,
formalized.
that's what I was talking about with the Red Ridge area. Do they go find those people to fill their buildings that they're going to put commercial in?
Well,
Or do they just have to wait?
I've been dealing with Stuart Thing from Collier's, and he's been very active. I haven't been able to talk to him for maybe a month and a half. I keep calling him, and he's busy enough he hasn't called me back. But we've been dealing with Maverick. They're very interested in that vacant lot to the south of the Walker's. Well, it used to be Walker's Wendy's, 7-Eleven Wendy's, but dealing with Dr. Clark and also the owners in California. They want that real close to the freeway. Those are the owners in California. I don't know where that process is at, but Maverick was looking at that and maybe even having a Chick-fil-A with them. All that's pie in the sky, but there's a lot of activity and just trying to get somebody to finally make that move.
Please go back to Red Ridge. They're going to go out and help the business because they have to fill their building.
Okay.
We can help. We'll help them. We'll help them facilitate. But
Well,
they have to
and I
figure
think
it out.
if you have places for, I think that's the people don't really want to kind of build the business.
I think once we get MTech breaking ground, that'll make a big difference because they actually see it happening.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm curb gutter sidewalks too.
Travis, what's happening with Papa Murphy's?
They moved yesterday.
Are they in the process of
That's
moving?
the other thing too, is that's what Craig Erickson said. They are probably going to move into that little strip mall where Cafe Rio is.
I think they were moving their furniture.
Well, somebody ran a car through it and sort of shut down, and so I'm like, I hope they don't fix it.
They're going to tear the building down.
Yeah, the building's coming down.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I was like, they're putting in the Sherwin-Williams right
And the
there.
Sherwin-Williams Bank.
So isn't that right next door to the?
Who knows?
All that building.
That's going.
Whole building's coming down.
Isn't that one?
They just need a different configuration for what they want to use.
We knew that.
Yeah. So it's been moving out?
I just didn't want to see them repair it when I knew darn good well they were tearing it down. So.
And the Hunan couple will retire.
Sounds like somebody just expedited the process.
Well, they got insurance money, just help.
They what?
They probably got insurance money and they're getting teared down anyway.
Brian,
Yeah, do you want my whole list? I got a whole list.
I've got my fingers ready to type.
Okay. So, I'll start with the downtown. I just think the downtown is just key to the whole thing. The food court, getting the Huey's up and running, but just having that, the downtown is very important to me. One thing we haven't talked about very much, and I keep bringing this up, is making sure that on the infrastructure that we did our general plan, we have our infrastructure plans, and we just need to make sure that when we have, 10% of our roads are failing, and we just got to make sure that we get on top of that, because we did the studies and just work through that. I know it costs money, and we have all these other things that are sexy that we want to do, but we still got to keep the core stuff fixed up. We just need to keep remembering we have a new brand, Home to Adventure, everything that we need to tie everything around Home to Adventure as we grow. Front runner and new interchange are important to me. Keep working on getting front runner here and that new interchange, because that new interchange, if you go back to Teresa and Bob and sales tax, we have that new interchange, we're going to get a lot of commercial, retail businesses, they'll want that spot. Working with UVU to make sure they come in sooner than later. Talked about 4-Bay a little bit, but I think we can just make that a more just a bike park, but just a great park for all the citizens, not just bike people. They do have a 4-Bay committee now. Another one I think that for kind of like thinking about 4-Bay is the Spring Lake, the lake itself. And this could be way down the road, but keep in our mind to beautify that and make it just a great park, especially as we go in south. That could be just a great place for the Payson. New business park, as we build our new business park, we need another business park to be able to be prepared to bring in other business, the big build-ups like Bob's talking about. We got to be prepared for that. And the last thing, we got to take care of our employees. They got to feel like it's a good place to work, that they're getting fairly compensated. Doesn't mean we have to pay them the most, but they have to be fairly compensated and feel like they have a good place to work. They like working here, but if the employees are happy, they're going to keep the citizens happy. So it kind of comes back a little bit to the employees. So I think it's very important that we make sure employees are taken care of. And that's all I have to do.
That's all. Dave, can I add one thing to that? Because I forgot on mine. We've got to address part-time wages. Like a lot of our departments use, I know Carl's not here, but he uses, and I saw on the radio the other day at Hobby Lobby, all their employees are $18 an hour. And so we're trying to hire part-time employees, and I know we just bumped them up, but we're real low trying to get any of our part-time help. So it's something to think about in the budget.
Same thing with thin and out burger. I was pretty dang close to 15 to 18 bucks an hour. So
Starbucks, I think McDonald's had it on their marquee at $12 an hour starting, and they'll give you vacation on hour one.
Yeah, so it's hard to find kids or even adults to work. Any of our part-time jobs, we're struggling finding employees.
Yeah, I think I saw a sign on In and Out that's 15 to 21. So.
Well, a year ago, I was down in Moab, and every single marquee had their rates, what they were paying people to start. And we're starting to see it up here, and we got to compete.
And there's other ways that we can compete too, and we need to be a little embedded there.
Yeah, wages and salaries is another thing we were going to spend some time. I don't think we're going to get to it today, but it's a constant challenge. Yeah. Even hiring replacements, though we've got a lot of them out now to hire, and it's very difficult.
You can't even get it. My brother said he's going to have to pay his cement drivers $45 an hour this year to even get them to come back. I mean, and these are inexperienced. They're experienced driving, But they have no college, they have no
Okay, where do we
anything else.
apply?
Yeah.
Well, we've talked to Payson fruit growers, and they're having the exact same problem. We're at 12, now they're 15 or $16 now.
But West Mountain's telling us to keep all those farmlands in place because they don't want to keep those farmlands. But if we can't employ them, they're going to sell it out. They're not going to let their crops fall on the ground very many years in a row before they dig it up and build houses.
It's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, this is very helpful. Thank you so much. Is the lunch ready?
Yes.
So, just a couple things, and we can go through this after you get your food and eat. I just wanted to go through some ARPA funding. We do have some money, and I'll show you kind of the projects that could qualify that we've been leaning toward using. Some of those are on some of the goals that you heard from the departments. So I think we can get some of those knocked out. The CARES Act that was before that, we still have some funds there. We have some projects on that as well. And anyway, why don't we take a minute and get some lunch. Bring your lunch back to the table, then we can just show a few things. And then we'll wind up, and we'll keep this. I can send this PowerPoint to everybody, but we'll keep this on a list, and we'll need to focus in on some of the things you mentioned. And as budget comes, we'll try to narrow that down to what funds are available, what we can. We'll now try to narrow down our priorities and see what we can fund. Anyway, it's been helpful to hear your thoughts and as we move forward. Hopefully you'll enjoy the lunch. I think it's some pork chop stuff.
Looks delicious.
And thanks for those that participated last night in that movie. I appreciated Chris Phillips. She sent me a couple texts this morning, and we appreciate everybody being there. I like the movie.
I did too.
Good movie. It was a good
Even the
movie.
second time. I liked it.
Oh, you've seen it?
I've seen it.
And thanks again for your time on Saturday. It's a premium time you have Saturdays, but we appreciate you being here.
And we're looking forward at another time maybe to go down to Ruby's Inn.
Yeah,
I really would like.
We're going to do a Ruby's Inn retreat. We didn't pull it together for this time, but we may do it in the fall when you can mountain bike or ride or hike or.
But it's like 20 degrees outside.
And when it's a little warmer and when Linda's got her hair.
Yeah, that's 70s.
That go right back in. Blue barrel. You can throw hay over the air. Yeah, there is a pet carrier out in the driveway.
There's some planes. Right here, just grab a plate.
You get one cup per 1,000. Like that, you guys gotta at least you need this many.
I think this is the problem with society.
Well, I mean, any comments that we get, complaining about it online, whatever. I would never think to call the city. Pick it up. What about the one that complaints we get? I would never have thought to call or email the city and say, I'm pissed off about this. It's like,
The lady about the flag. Sometimes can you read that?
But yeah, you can report a problem when they go specifically to like the right people know. So that, like on my end, I set it up so if it's a sidewalk issue, it goes to DDW and Camp. If it's, water leader, it goes to Camp.
Just so you know, they send me like attachments and stuff like that. We can't send them all. See, and I'm not opposed to if it's something that comes across that's not really everyday problem. Everything experience. And I want to say, look, we got a complaint here.
Yeah.
I need to get like I have 25 feet of sidewalk, and I'm pretty sure it's in violation. you know, that I gotta go take care of, but I just haven't decided if I'm married. And that's because I just bought it last
That's
week.
what it is. They've got that.
So there's bushes that kind of crowd out.
Good luck, Brandon. Oh, Brandon.
I told him I wouldn't take them out, but I'd love to have him go to one city and say, you want to remove these trees, and I could ride over and jerk them out with my tractor.
Well, the Harvey challenge is having the right amount of authority, not all power. Like, if you don't like someone's house, you can get that, but yeah, obviously not having enough authority to where all these issues can go up.
But I think
the Supreme Court just told us Treadberry like
Treadberry like would just say, hey, you should probably clean this up, you know, and not.
Well, yeah, she's out there with her youngest.
Well, no, I'm talking like the sidewalks and people parking on the sidewalk.
Or so they think because it's their priority, you're supposed to drop everything. Still think it's fine. You know, we have a list of things we can do.
You're going to watch it on my
Travis, my water line
Be careful what you're saying. Totally.
I like a little bit of it because
That's what Dave said.
Hey, let's go, ladies. Come on. No, I gotta wait for you guys. Come on.
And all the stuff blowing that.
Come on, Nolan. I'll stand in line with you. You'll be right in front of me. Come on. Let's go. Well, that can wait. I got it. I'm not gonna. You want to?
When we know about when they're going to drain everything. No, drain. It seems like you would get trying to see. Here's what we're doing.
Yeah, we got the whole
kind of bother you, Bob.
No, that's part of it.
It wasn't crazy.
I didn't even
coming back. We had that so much
You never know. Well, and I just dropped the.
That part's not here, but that's very good. The only thing that's not is
if you told me today,
we talked about it in our meeting this week.
if we get all these,
I do think that we need to make that fire station a priority. I agree.
No, I took a leave. Yeah.
I have a leave.
And it works. Oh, I took to the
You know, I put it all our eggs in one basket. Well, I know, but maybe we need to go see if Parkinson's. I know that's a little bit shady, but maybe we should.
They don't have the services. I don't really provide the market building.
We want Smiths. Especially that somebody else is coming in, you want to start to do requests on it.
I told them, I never talked. Anyway, I don't know what
Oh, is it?
Smith's is, I've been wondering right there. Right.
They want to build something, Bill.
Yeah.
It's just the funds.
Yeah, they come. They need to get Kroger to trust them more, and that's what he's doing is showing what he can do, and they're slowly giving him more capital to work with. They're opening a store in Las Vegas, a marketplace that they really do believe will be in the black of the month. He says the more I can do there, the more money I'll bring. Do what I want.
Eric? Just chubbies. Good luck, Paul.
Just a couple of people.
Okay, yeah, we'll help.
The main and all the sidewalk. So we're going to be buried the other. We're going to put 200 feet of main, 100 sidewalks, put on that sidewalk, and it's cast iron.
Yeah.
This is fair warning. Pick it up, we'll have to see.
Why are we worrying about the
I might go sit right there, Dave.
Hey, and that's what I'm going to forward again.
I came over here to garage different people.
Are you going to help? Use this weekend again? Are you going to
I'm going to go home Sunday. Her mom's here now, which is really helpful. Now they've taken zinc from her yesterday.
Yeah.
It seems to be doing okay. Her anxiety and stuff though is still, like Chris and I were over there Thursday. And we were there for about an hour and my daughter said, okay, she's too much, you know. And part of that was just having zero money.
Yeah, just a new.
Because he's like jumping around and out. But yeah. They're eating good though.
Are they?
Julian, who was the heavier one, he's gaining like a half an ounce every day.
Don't forget your notepad over there.
Gabriel's gaining almost
I just want to make sure we had a coverage.
He just, all he wants to do is eat.
He's trying to catch up. Huh?
Yeah. I'm trying to get by with
That's
it
good.
next week.
That's pretty big though for twins. They're usually not. I mean, you know, those are pretty big babies for twins.
She did good.
If I
Because usually they come early, and then there's
Well, especially they usually weigh about 4 or 5 pounds. So didn't you say one was 6 something?
6'9".
Yeah, that's pretty good.
5'5" and 6'9".
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks everybody for being here. Very enlightening.
Thanks, Bob.
I got 4 pages of notes with names to the side of them too.
It's been 40 years.
I told Kit he finally got out of shine at council meeting.
What'd you say?
There's no way she got that amount.
We should move the little old cabin up Pete, put the Utah Dowers and Pioneers Museum in there.
I have to tell you, I've worked at the city for almost 6 years now, and I think that Pioneer Museum's been open 3 times.
Well, I was going to say, I forgot that it was even there.
That's what
I got lost
frustrates
there
me.
one time, and that's the only reason I knew it was there.
They had their door open yesterday, I think. But yeah, it's hit and miss when they're even open.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make sense to me to take up real estate for that.
Well, you want me to talk a little bit about SMARPA funds? These are funds that was approved by the Biden administration, I believe, so Payson City received, or will receive, we've received already 1.2 million, right? And next June we'll have 1.2 million more, so we'll have 2.4 million that we can spend. And it is, you have to spend on certain things: water, sewer, broadband.
Please don't count.
So, and we submitted 5 projects to the state of Utah because we were hoping to get some matching funds to make this go farther. We didn't get anything through the state. They are considering maybe opening it up again because they've got more money. I don't know when that's going to happen. We also submitted the same 5 projects to the Utah County because they have some ARPA funds that they don't know what to do with their money. And I submitted that really early on, and the guy over it said, well, our county commission wants to hold that a bit and see what happens. So we've been put on hold with that one. But that's a possibility. But just so you can see, like Project 1, and Travis is here. I had to make sure you're still here. Is we call it the Patterson Zone Drinking Water Station. The estimated cost, and Hanson and Luce helped us do some estimates on this. So the residents up, part of the Patterson development is they put in it was years ago, they put in a 600,000 gallon water tank up above the development. And it's where our current water tanks are at the canyon. It's just up the hill a ways to the west. They put that in. We were up above the canal. We were up above any PI pond. So it's a one system. They do their drinking water and their irrigation on the Patterson development up there. What the proposal is to have a pump from our water tanks up to there. Because if that ever went down that tank, then they're out of drinking water. And so we kind of want to back up to help provide for that. And this is what we send into the state. There's approximately 100 homes. There's going to be others that will be there as it gets built. And it's just a redundancy. It's $1 million.
Where did that water come? Have they got their own well? Is that what they?
No, it comes out, the only way it's fed is out of the springs, out of the canyon. So if that line goes down, there's no way for us to give them water.
So it's tied to our system, our wells up there.
It is.
Our springs, okay.
Comes in Ohio.
Yeah.
Project number 2 that we submitted is 1300 South water transmission line. So, Travis, do you want to explain that one? It's the one.
Oh, this is the one out of the canyon, right?
Yeah, the canyon one.
So this is the one I mentioned earlier. The line coming out of the tanks right now is too small, so obviously when the demand goes up, the pressures drop because we can't get enough water, like the straw's not big enough basically. So this would be to increase that pipe size out of it so that then we can better distribute that water throughout the system. And then avoid some of those fire flow and pressure drops that we have right now. And obviously as we keep adding more and more units on that, it's going to get worse without doing this project.
So it talks about the fire flow as well. We have a limited fire flow without upsizing that. That estimated cost is $370,000 to upgrade that. Project number 3. Sorry, I can't even. I should have put that big screen up. We submitted to connect the Payson drinking water system to the Salem drinking water system out by Arrowhead. And we've been working on this for some time to interconnect our system with Salem, to interconnect our system with Elk Ridge, to interconnect with Santaquin. Salem and Spanish Fork have interconnected. And the reason is if we ever have something that goes down with our drinking water, Salem could help us out. If they do the same, it just kind of helps. It helps us to be redundant with other communities.
Plus that connection's right out there by Arrowhead. So right now Arrowhead is only fed on that end of a mile-long line. So if there was ever a break in that center piece, same thing. We have no way to serve any of those residents out there without this interconnection.
That's not a big cost. It's $165,000. I think we actually budgeted our portion to get that done. Yeah, that's something that we may have already put in the works.
These are all ARP requests, right?
These are just projects that would qualify for ARPA funding that we can use. We can use the money we have to us. We submitted this to the state hoping they'd give us some extra money to make it go further.
And then we resubmitted it to the county. Is that right?
But it's things of course we're not going to have enough money to do all these, but project number 4 is rehabilitating well number 2 and 5, and Travis, you talked about that a little bit already this morning. There are existing drinking water wells that need to be rehabbed to get the flows back up. We are still using them, but the estimate on that's $1.5 million to rehab both those wells. Is that right?
Yeah, and then we're doing well number 5 right now.
Okay, so
that one was budgeted. That 2 was not.
Okay, that's helpful because that would put that cost down.
Did we do Spring Lake pumps? We have bid it. We're trying to figure out if the low-bid contractor can actually do the job. There's some question if they can.
And this is the other one that was talked about through Travis' presentation. That number 5 was 800 South to 300 West sewer replacement, $1.3 million. That's the one that needs to be upgraded before the new high school is built. And then UDOT informed Travis that they're going to resurface the road up there this fall or this summer or sometime. And so it's something we probably ought to jump on because we have the 1.2 million. The estimated cost on that's 1.3. But with the money that we have, I think we can move forward with that. That's probably in my mind, and anybody else can weigh in, that's probably of the 5 we submitted, that's probably the most critical one.
Could we do it for 1.2 if we didn't have to fill back in the asphalt?
Well, they're also doing an overlay, so we do have to fill it back in.
I think you can't just cover up an open trench. They got to do it right. There's an open ditch.
Ask Dave how our UDOT meetings go.
But I think that's right. I mean, that probably includes redoing the roads, and if UDOT's going to redo the road, that probably saves us a little bit, wouldn't it?
We'd have to put it back to where it is, and then they just come in and mill it and then do their overlay, so it wouldn't really save us anything.
Okay.
Thanks for the back. Well, I could lie to you.
We'll do. It's easier for us to fix the problem later than just to keep it in the van. It's
I mean,
kind of like a sewer. Tell us it's 22 and then come back at 55. We all understand.
There's approximately $4 million here. We only have 2.4, but I think just wanted to let you know we are planning on moving forward with some of these projects. My vote would be the sewer one and get going on it like now.
Yeah.
We can't vote on it. This isn't a real meeting.
Well, it is a public meeting, but yeah.
You can give me a raise of hands.
Dave, the one I probably on the last priority is the Payson homes, because that's like $10,000 a home, and that's just doing a little piece of, a little section, so.
To do what?
Payson home, hooking it up to a secondary source. That'd probably be my lowest priority of the 5.
That the one that we went over?
Yeah, the first one.
In all reality, we could run a water truck up from the bottom up there on an hourly basis for less than $1.2 million, but it actually came down to it.
That's a lot of loans.
It is. You know what? I have a buddy right now that his job is he hauls fresh water to a COVID camp in Canada, and then he goes and switches trucks, and he goes back and he picks up the sewer and hauls it out, and then he gets it switches.
Thank
his
God we
truck.
don't have COVID camps here.
So on the reservation up there, they have COVID camps.
Australia does too. You get COVID, you get shipped to a camp.
It's like leprosy in the old days.
Yep. That's a little bit of a lot of government.
So to me, I'm with you. That's down the priority list because there are options to get around that if we need to.
Which one, the Patterson?
Yeah. Not that it doesn't need to be done. I'm not opposed to the redundancy of it, but.
This is just a summary of the CARES Act. That was one that came the year before. We received $1.458 million. We've accounted for that one through the police wages and stuff. And so as far as the federal government goes, that's been all accounted for. But we took that money to do some of the projects, and what we have spent of that so far, we have, as you can see up here, we have about 823 remaining. We've spent 635,000, and some of the things that we have paid for, we did purchase new fixtures for the city building for touchless. We've been in the supply chain, not being able to get them, but we have paid for the fixtures. We did upgrade Wi-Fi through all the parks, public parks. We did purchase some personal protection, sterilization, stuff through the fire department. These next ones were through the fire department: extractor dryer for the fire, chest compressor, a fit tester machine. No, that we didn't do yet.
We did do that one.
Some radios, sprayers to clean through the COVID. And then we did put some money toward the website upgrade through this. Some of the things we had on our list that we've talked to you about that we have not spent, we have more projects on here than we have money remaining, but we talked about The big one was the billboard out there. We still have money for that one. Back a year and a half ago, it was $570,000 the estimate. There was a proposal to do the HVAC in the old city, the city building, which is $750,000. We've heard comments about that, putting that much money back into the city building, but.
And maybe the citizens need to know that it's because it is so old. We're just, I mean, you could just
We
go
keep
through
putting money into it.
That we just keep putting money into it. You know, after a while, you know, your lemon needs to be squeezed out and be gone. It just, you can only do so much, and it isn't earthquake proof.
So we're still working on the billboard sign. I know that's one thing for economic development. It's one thing for, and it's still there. The money's still there. With a couple of the rulings we've had with SCSD, maybe that's going to go a little faster. But we'll try to get that going and get a sign put up. Anyway, that's an update for the CARES Act.
Sorry, I have to go meet with Utopia, so I'm.
All right, we're out of time.
The last thing I wanted to bring up, maybe some discussion, is Mary Street called me. She's a real estate person. She's helped us in the past. She used to be part of Colliers, I think, and I think she's branched out and
Her and her husband's branched out. I think
they're doing their own thing. I can't remember the name of their company. But this property, they're trying to develop some of the property around the golf course. And there's the Winterton family that owns this piece right here. This is the road going into the clubhouse. You can see the clubhouse. So there's property on both sides of the road here. I think there's one here and here. The city owns some small pieces here, and then, you know, where we talked about on the hill, where we're looking at a reception center. But the city owns some property around here. They came, what she called, and I think this property owner and this property owner, they came and talked to us once, Mayor, how come I can't remember the name?
Hal.
Yeah, Hal Mickelson. I was thinking of Hal Schuler. It's not Hal. But, so I think they've talked to some of the property owners here, and I know there's Ryrie along here, right here's the hole number 9. And I don't think Ryrie's included in the group, but they came and said there's the only way it's feasible for any developer to go in and build homes there, because they have to extend the water, they have to get the water line brought up, they have to put a water tank in, and then they would have to get the sewer down through the golf course. So to justify that cost, they said they need about 50 acres, and they were asking if the city's interested in having some of their property developed there for homes. And I said, well, some council members have been in favor of some development up there, some have not. But I said I'd bring it up at the retreat. I don't know exactly which properties, whether it's some along here. I know if we're going to do a reception center that we talked about earlier up on the top of that hill, that takes that property. So, what's your thoughts on whether we want to use some city property potentially for some development?
I guess one thing that it helps with, if they actually put sewer and water and we get electricity up there, that'll help us with anything with the golf course, like a reception center or all that. So any way we can encourage getting that stuff in, I would be for.
Yeah, we would have to have the cost to do that. Right.
As long as it doesn't affect anything that we need for the golf course or the reception center.
Would that be in Payson City or Elk Ridge, Dave?
Payson. All this is in Payson.
But would it be? Yeah. So we would. How would that work?
Well, we have the water well down there, so they'd have to get the water. They would have to put a water tank, and then we'd have to pump the well up to the.
Okay.
Another nice thing too, we want some higher end homes. If this is all 50 acres, if they develop 50 acres up there, we're gonna get some high end homes and big places.
And they're not looking at a lot of height. They're not looking at a lot of high density, but they're talking about what's already there. You know, quarter to third acres.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that'd be high density. That would be counterproductive to what they want.
Yeah, you would want high density.
What's your thoughts? I mean, I guess it depends on what their plan is. And they didn't get into detail of which parcels and things because
I know the big parcel just below that's for sale, so that one that goes across the road.
Yeah.
The big one was for sale.
That would justify what we're trying to do to get the power up there too. I mean, that would be a good.
And we're working on getting the power, and if we get the water, if we get a water tank up there, and the sewers, it's on the other side of the golf course, down where they come in on the RV park. But
you have to extend it.
if we get the sewer extended and the water lines, yeah, it does help our future development.
I think it would be a good idea, like Ryan said, as long as it doesn't impinge on getting an exception center there, it would help us actually do that.
So if you're okay at least entertaining it, we can get more detail from what they're thinking, and maybe we can work with that developer, what they're trying to do to see if we get something done there.
That'd be a good down payment on our reception center, that property.
Because currently it's really hard to develop because our agreement with Oak Ridge is what, Dave, 10 or 15?
Right. Yeah.
I think
lots for the water is all.
I think we could hook on Oak Ridge's water for another like 12 homes or something like that, maybe 20.
So Dave, are they wanting, they're wanting to purchase our piece of land right there by the golf course, by the parking lot?
I'm not sure which parcels. I didn't get into the details.
Okay.
I called her without having the map up, but she said they probably need some of the city property in order to make this work.
You're gonna need more parking. I do not believe you would sell any of that property right there. Well, I would sell any property you own.
Yeah, if they wanted to maybe look at like what the proposal is, but maybe if they wanted to swap property or something, but I don't love them being right in our parking lot. Just for public, like I don't know about public safety or fire trucks, anything. What do you mean?
Then I'll start complaining after a while.
Well, they'll
Once
complain.
you-
They do already, but you see the red piece that's Payson City that's right in our park, like right on the corner of our parking.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't want a house there.
I think we explore and see what they want.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Okay. We'll do some more detailed work.
It's not right off the property.
That's really all I had. I know we're at the 12:30.
Well, I agree.
Anybody else have anything they want to go over? Oh, hey, one more thing, just to give you a heads up. We've been trying to give raises every year. Like Brian, you said something about take care of the employees. One of the challenges, especially this year, because of inflation. I mean, last year was a 4% raise, pretty much. Some got higher to get them where they needed to be, but the inflation rate's now at like 7%. So it's going to be real difficult, even if you gave a 6% raise and you're 7% inflation. Anyway, I don't know if you have any thoughts on where things are going. We already talked a little bit about wages and salary, and we went last year. I think we went from $8 and something up to $12 for our part-time, and now it sounds like
I think we're 10, aren't we?
Some of them are, but.
Oh, we're getting ripped off.
They get free golf passes. So
oh no.
Anyway, it's just going to be a challenge, whatever way we go, and I don't see inflation coming down anytime soon. So
one thing about that, Dave, I would like not to see across the board, everybody gets this, but I still think it ought to be merit-based. And the employees that we really think are beneficial to the city, they get paid more, and the ones that aren't pulling their weight, they don't get paid as much. So I think it ought to be merit-based.
And we have done some of that with the.
So if we check
the
with the
evaluation.
state and county to see what kind of raises they're giving.
Yeah, usually every spring I'll get some emails from other city managers saying, "What did you guys put into your budget?" So I'm sure that will come.
Well, because it'd be great to give them that great cost of living, but it's a lot.
It is a lot. It's hard to keep up.
And I think, I don't know. Every place is having to pay so much.
Our challenge is still the retention side of things,
I
and
know.
as we're recruiting, And as you know, like we've talked,
Oh, yeah.
bringing in newer employees that are, you know, they won't come unless they're making a certain wage, and our current employees may not be at that level. So that's why we continue to move, you know, our employees along the scale to get them, because the city was a little behind in that. So.
And we knew that.
Yeah.
And that's why we said, hey, go ahead and do it, because we knew we were behind.
Right.
It's just like I'm saying, I don't think we could give them a 6 or 8% raise. That would be great if we could if we were keeping up with inflation with the city,
right.
That would be great. Okay,
That's,
go ahead, just give it. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, the revenue stream is not coming in.
Yes.
Right.
And I don't feel like it's the employees holding us hostage.
No.
I think it's the market that's holding us
it
hostage.
is. No.
And so we need to make sure that we don't lose people, the good people we have, because we don't address it.
Well, one issue we've had is someone says, you know, okay, I'm not climbing the scale, I'm going to leave, and then we can't even bring in an entry-level employee in at their position, at their pay raise that someone who worked here for 20 years is getting. And so we can't fill the position.
Yeah. And that's, Brian, just to your point, that's what's been some of the challenge is you want to make it total on merit, but when you're behind, it's like, well, you got to keep people going, or else you're not going to take over.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. That then you pay the ones that you want to keep. Then if the others leave, doesn't matter.
Brian! I'm recording this.
I'm recording this.
Hopefully, they all want to work the hardest they can and we get the merit pay.
No, we've tried to implement some merit into our evaluations and pay, and we have had some discussions. Well, we've done that. We've had some discussions with certain employees.
Well, I think you need to label it as a cost of living raise, and then you have to do it, or this is a, you know, like it's how you label it.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone gets a 2% or 4%, whatever it is, but then.
A lot of cities have a merit raise and a cost of living raise.
Closer to where it needs to be.
Yeah, and we've never really split that out. It's just been a raise. Maybe we're going to have to start doing that, especially if the costs keep going up like this. Anyway, we'll keep working through it. We'll try to bring you what we're proposing, but challenging times. Our unemployment rate went lower than it's ever been in the history of the state of Utah just recently. So there's jobs out there.
People just don't want to work. They've decided they've gone different avenues. A lot of their own businesses now, where they've decided only one person's going to work.
Yeah.
Well, the bright side is we're bringing in more revenue too. What's the good side?
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
One last thing I'd like to say, you know, this has been great. You know, we get an awful lot of ideas, and ideas are good. But I want to stress and I believe I speak for the council, I want to stress to the superintendents that we hired you for a reason. And we want to make sure you know we trust you, and you run your departments, and if we can help in any way, that's where these suggestions will come in. But you're the professionals. You make the decisions, and let us help you a little bit.
Because you guys kind of know, I mean, you have your little lists, but you know what's the most important. I mean, I kind of went through and thought, okay, this is probably the most important right now, is you're giving your lists. I just don't know what the budget is, so like your number one, your number two, and we understand you need a lot more. I just don't know what the budget is.
We don't want to come across in any way, shape, or form of micromanaging.
No.
Because you guys know what you need.
Okay.
If we can help by our suggestions, that's what we want.
Oh, you want me to move that we end the meeting?
Whenever you're ready. I was just
I move that we end the meeting.
Second?
Linda?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye, because there's only 3 of us left.
Yeah, okay.
That's mandatory.
Okay.